Chapter 668. Let's go. Luo Feng didn't want to talk much. It seemed urgent. Where to? Isn't it in the Immortal Towers, Star Zone? Zhongli asked. Of course. If it's in the Immortal Towers, Star Zone, would I be able to get it? Every blade of grass and every tree here has an owner. Luo Feng waved his hand and a star map appeared. It was indeed in a faraway place outside the Immortal Towers Star Zone. Let's teleport to the edge of another place first. Zhongli looked at the star map. It was an unfamiliar place. The two of them activated the teleportation. Soon, they were teleported to the edge of the Immortal Towers Star Zone. In front of them was a vast starry sky. The starry sky in front of them was an unfamiliar place. There were huge planets everywhere in the starry sky. They had an unfamiliar primordial aura, primitive and barbaric aura. This is a barbaric starry sky. It's different from other starry skies. Look at this place. All the planets have a barbaric aura. They haven't been developed yet. The reason why the Immortal Tower Star Zone is here is that this place was originally a place where many gods died in a great battle. In the depths of this starry sky, you can even see the heroic spirits of some gods wandering around. The gods have become specters. Luo Feng pointed out. The aura of this star zone is indeed different, Zhongli observed. It seems that there's a very powerful aura hidden in the depths of this starry sky. However, it's in harmony with the third dimension universe's heavenly will. I'm not sure why. The third dimension universe restricted experts with 3 great Tao and above. However, there were always exceptions. For example, the experts in the Immortal Towers Star Zone could do whatever they wanted. Also, the powerful heavenly will could survive without thinking. If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would grow old. The third dimension universe differentiated experts based on feelings. After those fallen gods died, their heroic spirits still existed. However, they weren't living creatures anymore. They only had instincts. This is equivalent to the existence of heavenly will. Luo Feng said, actually look, these great worlds in front of you are all transformed from the will of the gods. Without the help of God's will, no matter how powerful the owner of the Immortal Tower is, he wouldn't be able to gather the millions of worlds here. When ancient gods die, their bodies will fall into the astral world. Under normal circumstances, they will transform into many planets. But some powerful gods will transform into worlds, and their heroic spirits will transform into the will of the world. Zhongli had long since understood this point. This starfield is next to the Immortal Tower. The ancient gods once fought here, and their corpses fell here like rain. There are still many ancient heroic spirits in the depths of this starfield. Some disciples come here to try their luck. If they encounter them and gain the acknowledgement of the heroic spirits, their psychic power will immediately soar. Of course, there's also danger. It's very easy for the heroic spirits to devour their life force. Luo Feng's eyes saw through the depths. Once upon a time, a disciple from the Immortal Tower Star Domain came here. A very ordinary saint suddenly obtained the recognition of a segment of will and fused with it. Thus, from an ordinary saint, his psyche force skyrocketed and he became an expert equivalent to 20 great Daos. He's even stronger than you are now. That amazing? Zhongli thought about it. It was actually very simple. Just like back on the Emperor's Star, when he was studying at the Starry Sky University, he suddenly obtained the legacy of the Emperor's Star's heavenly will and fused with it, becoming invincible. Yes, many disciples come here to try their luck. Luo Feng said, the ownerless blade is a weapon of our immortal world's Grand Emperor. It belongs to the Firmament Emperor, and according to the ancient records, it landed here. I used a secret art to sense it, and it hasn't been taken away. It's waiting for the fated one. Could it be that the ownerless blade contains the heroic spirit of the Firmament Emperor, waiting for you to accept it? Oh, right. You have the bloodline of the Firmament Emperor, so it should be a piece of cake for you to take it. Why did you choose me to help you? Zhongli asked. That's not necessarily the case. You have fate, but others can snatch it from you. Luo Feng said, Perhaps others are waiting for me to find the ownerless blade and snatch it away. You have great luck, or the Hard Emperor wouldn't have chosen you. The Hard Emperor was the #1 Grand Emperor in the immortal world back then, and his judgment couldn't be wrong. Sometimes surviving in this world doesn't depend on how strong you are, but how good your luck is. Otherwise, why would so many strong people fall, while the lowly ones are still alive? This sentence was thought-provoking. Zhongli seemed to have been enlightened. Yes, in this world sometimes it didn't depend on how strong you were, but on your luck. The once strong ones had fallen, while the lowly ones were still alive. A person's luck had nothing to do with strength. The strong couldn't control their own fate. For a moment, Zhongli felt that he couldn't control his own fate. He could only take it one step at a time. He had no idea what the future would be like. The two of them turned into a meteor shadow and headed for the star field outside the immortal tower. In this desolate star field, the planets were huge, and there was a strong gravitational force pulling them in all directions. Fortunately, Zhongli was very strong and wasn't affected at all. However, his speed wasn't as fast as Luo Feng's. If he had the Grand Emperor's relic, his speed would have surpassed Luo Feng's. But now, he was inferior, and he had to rely on himself. Fortunately, this was also a kind of training for his cultivation. Up until now, he had already broken away from relying on any treasures and relied on himself. Sometimes, people were forced. You're flying too slowly. Let me help you. Luo Feng couldn't stand his slow speed. With a grab, the wind and clouds surged, forming a beam of light around the two of them. They flew far away, and in a few hours, the two of them didn't know how many galaxies they had crossed. This desolate star field was much bigger than the Milky Way galaxy. Zhongli couldn't imagine that there was such a huge star field in the third dimension of the universe. It was like a new universe, endless and endless. While walking, he felt a strong will wandering in the depths of some of the planets. There were no emotions, only instincts, and they were much stronger than him. Those might be things left behind by the fallen gods. Rumble. Zhongli's body was about to explode under the high-speed movement. Luo Feng seemed to be pulling him along on purpose, training his cultivation while moving at high speed. He didn't protect him. Under such high speed, even light was reversing. Time and space kept pushing Zhongli to the point where his life was reversing. Zhongli's body felt like it was being cut by knives. True energy kept spewing out of his throat, turning the damage caused by the time reversal into energy. Once one flew faster than the speed of light, time and space would reverse. Anyone's body would experience all sorts of retrogressions and even suffer from destructive damage. When an ordinary expert flew at such a high speed, they would form various worlds around their body, causing them to be in a relatively static space-time. However, the high-speed retrogression of space-time would constantly destroy the worlds. Therefore, those experts would constantly urge their own energy to condense the worlds, shatter space-time again and again, and then condense it again and again. Because of this, the experts didn't dare to fly too far. Back when Zhongli had flown 10 billion light-years away, he had relied on the power of the Grand Emperor Relic. With the protection of the Grand Emperor Relic, it didn't matter if space-time was destroyed. Zhongli didn't form a minor world, because it would be useless. Luo Feng's speed was too fast, and as soon as he formed a protective layer, it shattered. Kacha! Kacha! Cracks began to appear on Zhongli's body. Time and space were like blades, each and every one of them causing him to age. He actually began to age faster. Rumble. All of a sudden, his body exploded, and all that was left was his soul flame, which was surrounded by numerous magical laws. However, because of the speed at which he was flying, those magical laws all shattered, like a broken egg. All of the magical laws gathered together, turning into a mass of primal chaos. Zhongli felt like he was truly beginning to understand the magical laws of shattering. His original magical laws were broken, and so was his body. All that was left was his soul flame. What else couldn't be broken? Life force quintessence poured into Zhongli's body, and he immediately circulated his cultivation base to be reborn. Luo Feng was helping him with his cultivation. Not bad. Not bad. Seeing him recover, Luo Feng nodded. I was just testing you to see how strong you really are. I didn't expect you to be so strong, and you're starting to understand the principles of shattering. I'm still very weak. If I go fast, I'll explode. Zhongli knew that he had many weaknesses, and he wanted to cultivate as soon as possible. I brought you here in the hope that your cultivation will speed up, Luo Feng said mysteriously. If nothing unexpected happens, your cultivation base will improve by leaps and bounds. Why? Zhongli thought. Could it be that I can absorb the heroic spirits of gods? No. Recently, the power of the myriad world's celestial sphere has increased. Through secret channels, I know that there will be a spatial node here that leads to the star region where the myriad world celestial sphere is located. If I'm not wrong, you can't sense the cultivation world because it's too far away. Secondly, it's because the cultivation world in the Immortal Tower has been improving greatly recently. And, as the creator, you can receive countless benefits, but you haven't. If you can find a spatial node and open it, you can immediately sense the cultivation world. At that time, you will receive the benefits you deserve, and your cultivation base will soar. Luo Feng's analysis was clear and logical. Indeed, Zhongli knew that if he killed Prince Tattoo and sacrificed him, the energy accumulated in the entire world would be too huge. Moreover, after opening the trading platform, luck would increase day by day, and his cultivation base would also increase. At least, the cultivation world's heavens was twice as strong, and his cultivation base should be the same, because sacrificing heaven's will was equivalent to sacrificing himself. This is the place. Luo Feng stopped. In front of him was a huge planet. This planet was dim and looked like a stone ball, floating alone in the air. There was no energy, and it was dead. This planet was about 3,000 times the size of the sun in the solar system. However, it wasn't a ball of gas, but a solid one. Jiang Li and Luo Feng landed on it and felt very heavy. The planet was made of a strange gray stone. Dang, dang, dang. Jiang Li bent down and knocked on the stone of the planet. He found that it was extremely heavy, and it didn't crack. With the strength of his hand, no matter how hard it would shatter. Even space couldn't stop him from flicking his finger, but there wasn't even a crack on the stone. Chapter 669. Of course you can't, because the stone in front of you is an eyeball. After the god died, the eyeball didn't melt but turned into a fossil. Luo Feng smiled. After the god died, all the corpses would be decomposed. Only the corpses of the extremely powerful gods wouldn't be decomposed and turned into fossils. Could this eyeball be the eyeball of the Firmament Emperor? Zhongli observed again and found that the rocks on the surface of the planet didn't have any divinity, nor did they contain any energy. It was just that the structure was very sturdy, an incomprehensible structure that could absorb a lot of energy. He wasn't willing to use violence to destroy it. He was afraid that this planet had other mysteries. Once he used violence and activated the hidden things, he would be the one to blame if he suffered a backlash. He didn't dare to use his mind to explore and just waited quietly for Luo Feng to explain. I also don't know if it's the eyeball of the Firmament Emperor. Luo Feng frowned. But I used to calculate for 3 consecutive days and nights and sense this place. However, I know that this eyeball is very special. I sense that the Firmament Emperor's divine weapon is here, the ownerless blade. Then how do we search now? Cut the planet open and refine it? Or directly refine it? Jiang Li said. Set up a formation on this planet? No, we can only search. There are many secrets on this planet. If we use violence to refine it, we will alarm some terrifying existences. If we desecrate the slumbering heroic spirits, we won't have any fate with them. It's not worth it. No chaos divine weapon can be obtained by violence unless you have a strong cultivation like the master of the Immortal Tower. Otherwise, you have to search carefully and do things according to the rules left behind by the owner of the divine weapon. Luo Feng sat down and sensed the planet. The planet was very big, and its gravity was very strong, hundreds of thousands of times out of Earth. It was difficult for saints to walk on it, but for Jiang Li and Luo Feng, it was like walking on flat ground. If they couldn't use their divine senses to search such a big planet, how long would it take to find it with their naked eyes? Searching with divine senses was the most common and effective method for experts. Finding a needle in a haystack was nothing. A saint could easily find a needle on a planet. As for great Tao-level powerhouses, they could find sesame-sized particles in the solar system. If it was someone stronger, they would be able to find anything they wanted to find in a place as big as the Milky Way. However, if one was not allowed to use their divine sense, then it would be difficult. Even if one was an expert, they would not be able to see anything because what they saw was also a part of their divine sense. Some powerful places were indeed not suitable for scanning with divine senses because it would attract powerful existences or trigger ancient secret techniques or great arrays. Scanning with divine senses was actually a blasphemy on a large scale. If you scanned someone else's cave abode, it would be seen as peeping and provocation, and it could easily lead to a war. However, for true top experts, it was fine even if they didn't have to use their spiritual will to scan the surroundings. That was to calculate and prophesy. In ancient China, there was astrology and the divination of the Book of Changes, not to mention now. Every civilization had their own unique divination methods. Jiang Li's Great Dream Seal was one of them. He could enter dreams and learn many things he wanted to know. This kind of realm was very mysterious, and it was equivalent to communicating with fate. And now, he wasn't calculating in his dreams. Instead, he was looking at Luo Feng calculating. Luo Feng was using another kind of divination method. In the unseen world, he was using divination to comprehend the profundities. Suddenly, Luo Feng opened his eyes. "I know some secrets. Let's go, follow me." Jiang Li observed the surroundings and was secretly careful. He followed Luo Feng and flew over the surface of the planet. There was no soil on the surface of the planet, and there were no animals or plants. It was impossible for anything to survive on a planet with such high gravity. On the surface of the planet, there were ravines that seemed to have been plowed by people, and they also looked like ancient rivers. However, Jiang Li didn't believe that water could be produced on this planet. The two of them flew again and looked around. They saw many deep pits on the ground, and they couldn't see the bottom. The land was vast, but it was very monotonous. Suddenly, Luo Feng landed in a deep pit. This pit was called a pit, but it was actually dozens of times larger than the surface of the earth. It seemed to have stored water in the ancient times, and it was an ocean. However, it had dried up now. When Jiang Li went down, he could even feel a wave of water vapor that came from the ancient times. This is a groove in the eyeball where tears gather. The tears of gods are very precious, but unfortunately, they have already dried up in the ancient times. Luo Feng searched the ground again. However, if we can find tears that haven't dried up yet, we'll be rich. Gods also have tears. That's impossible, right? Jiang Li said, "I've already reached a stage where I can control my emotions. My heart is like still water, and I can refer to the void, the moon and the water, untainted by even a speck of dust. There's no sadness or joy, let alone a god. Yes, even if it's a lowly existence with the lowest cultivation, as long as they're in a meditative state, they can control their emotions. Extreme sadness and tears rarely happen. However, as long as you don't completely abandon your emotions, an existence similar to heaven's is not life, and there will always be sadness. As a living being, there will be emotions. This is an unavoidable situation. When gods encounter a major tribulation, they will also shed tears because of loneliness and helplessness. Such tears are very harmful to themselves and can even weaken their origin. Once gods shed tears, their tears are uncontrollable spirits and divinity. They are the essence of all life. Once gods shed tears, their lifespan will be reduced by at least half. Or, when they die, whoever can obtain a god's tear will have an explosive increase in their spiritual power. Luo Feng said, "I haven't seen a god's tear before. A god's tear is even rarer than a god's divinity. In this world, many gods won't shed tears when they die. They will just quietly go through nirvana. This is because they haven't encountered a major tribulation. A god's tear is indeed rare. Zhongli said, "Now if I am extremely sad and shed tears, my vitality will indeed be greatly damaged. However, if a person in the embryonic breathing realm obtains my tear, his spiritual power will even be comparable to that of a saint in an instant." Jiang Li's current spiritual power was at the level of an expert of 17 great paths. It had 17,000 dimensional units. If he shed tears, at least half of his spiritual power would condense into tears. Moreover, these tears would transform after going through extreme sadness and could be consumed by people directly. Moreover, after Jiang Li shed tears, 80% of his lifespan would be reduced. The more powerful a person was, the more stable their emotions were. If they lost control of their emotions, it would be the arrival of death. Heaven and earth had emotions, and everyone would grow old. Perhaps there are still some gods' tears that haven't completely evaporated here. If we obtain them, our spiritual power will also increase greatly, Zhongli said. That's true. I think so too. Let's go and search again. Luo Feng calculated as he searched the depths of this huge, deep trench. The trenches on Earth were at most 10,000 meters deep. However, the trenches here were easily more than 10,000 kilometers deep. In the depths of the trenches, there were many caves that went deep into the planet. The entire planet's interior was filled with layers of mazes. It was like a beehive, but it also seemed like it had been eaten by worms. According to his calculations, Luo Feng entered a cave. The cave was very wide and thousands of meters high. It was simply an independent space, an underground world. Jiangli also entered the depths of the cave. He shuttled through the maze and gradually approached the depths of the planet's core. Suddenly, an aura as vast as the ocean once again came rushing over. In the depths of the planet's core, in the center of the twisted maze, Luo Feng and Jiangli found a crypt. The crypt had a circumference of 100 acres. Compared to the entire planet, it was very small, not even the size of a sesame seed. However, this seemed to be the center of the planet. This was because there was actually a pool of clear water in this crypt. This clear water was rippling and emitting clear light. It was so bright that one's eyes, eyebrows, and nose seemed to be transparent. Jiangli looked at the clear light passing through his body. The structure of the runes was completely illuminated. Tear of God, Jiangli and Luo Feng both roared, unable to suppress the excitement in the depths of their hearts. This was because this pool of clear water was 100% a tear left behind by God. Tear of God. A drop of tear of God could completely drown an entire galaxy. However, there was only this pool left in front of them. Obviously, a lot of it had evaporated. However, this was even better. After the baptism of time, there was only this little bit of tear of God left. It was purer, indestructible, and easier for people to absorb. Is it really tear of God? Zhongli didn't dare to act rashly. If it's real, why didn't many people discover it here? Why did they wait for us to come? This place isn't far from the Immortal Tower. Many experts enter here. Do you think that only fated people can discover this place? Luo Feng smiled faintly. Moreover, we can't collect tear of God now. As he spoke, Luo Feng knelt down and sent out a divine wave to pray. Junior Luo Feng, I have the bloodline of the Firmament Emperor. This time, I came to find the chaos divine weapon left behind by the Firmament Emperor, the Blade of Ownerless. Senior, if you're the Firmament Emperor, please lend me a hand. If you're not, you must have a deep connection with the Firmament Emperor. I am a son of the celestial world. To revitalize the celestial world, I need the ownerless divine weapon. Her divine will wave into the pool of water. The pool of water rippled twice, as if accepting her will. However, after the pond water squirmed a few times, nothing strange happened. Clearly, it was indifferent to Luo Feng's prayer. It didn't respond at all. Luo Feng prayed a few more times, and the pool of water stopped rippling. Jiangli was very cautious. He didn't try to grab the water by force. Although it was tear of God in front of him, deep in his heart, there was killing intent hidden in the water. Zhongli, it's all up to you now. I'm pretty sure that this planet is the eye of an immortal world god, and the god tear in front of me is the tear of an immortal world god. However, I'm pretty sure that it wasn't left behind by the heavenly emperor, heavenly sovereign. If it was, he would definitely respond to me. Now that you've inherited the Spirit Heart Sovereign's technique, you can start praying. Chapter 670. Zhongli also sent out his consciousness. It was solemn without any killing intent, calm and dignified. Gods of the immortal world, I am the successor of the Soul Emperor. He condensed the Soul Emperor's seal into a ball and slowly released its aura. As expected, the pool of clear light rippled even more violently than before. Then, a weapon rose from the depths of the pool. It was a weapon that looked like a saber, but not a saber, or a sword, but not a sword. There were serrations on it, and in the depths of the talismans were flowing chaotic energy. Its spirituality surged over and over again, making people feel like they were looking at a time before the world was created. The Blade of Ownerless? This is the Blade of Ownerless? Zhongli found a chaos weapon. Although it didn't have the aura of the ancient chaos halberd, it had the aura of an emperor that no one could control. That's right. This is the Blade of Ownerless. That's why we call it this. Because of its unique nature, no one can be its master. Even the Firmament Emperor didn't completely subdue it. Every single chaos divine weapon has its own unique story. In the supreme, ancient, immortal era, a storm of blood was stirred up. For example, your ancient chaos halberd. That was truly a storm that stirred up chaos in the supreme, ancient, immortal era. Other than that, the greatest story is naturally the Good Fortune Jade Disc. There's also the Immortal Tower, the Universe Brain, the Heaven-Defying Axe. Zhongli knew that the Heaven-Defying Axe was a chaos weapon from the demon world, and its power far surpassed the ancient chaos halberd. The Blade of Ownerless has appeared. What should we do? Collect it or drain the tear of God first? Right, you said there's a spatial node connecting this place to the myriad world's celestial sphere. Where is it? Zhongli asked. The spatial node must be here. There's no doubt about it. Only the celestial sphere can break the rules of the three-dimensional universe and prevent the corpses of the gods from rotting. The planet we're standing on is probably the result of the spatial node being contaminated by the aura of the celestial sphere. That's why it's fossilized. However, we can only understand the mysteries of this planet after we collect the Blade of Ownerless and obtain the Tear of God. Open the spatial node. Luo Feng still didn't dare to collect the Blade of Ownerless. In the end, how are we going to collect it? Zhongli observed for a long time, but did not find any clues. However, he felt that if he tried to collect it, he would definitely encounter a great tribulation. The God's Tear and the Ownerless Blade were not easy to obtain. In this world, effort and reward were directly proportional. It was impossible to obtain these two rare treasures in the world just like that. It was the same for Luo Feng. The way I see it, although we have prayed and passed the first stage, seeing the Blade of Ownerless and the Tear of God before us, I'm afraid we still need to hold a grand sacrifice to appease the spirits of the ancient gods. Luo Feng said, I know from the celestial realm that whenever a divinity falls, their resentment would be extremely deep. In order to prevent mischief and create a land of eternal resentment, they would hold a sacrificial ceremony to appease the dead. Now, our second step is to carry out this sacrificial ceremony. What kind of sacrifice? Zhongli nodded. This was the right path. In ancient times on Earth, sacrifices were also important. They offered sacrifices to their ancestors, to the mountains and rivers, to the heavens and the earth, and to all kinds of gods. The sacrificial ceremony was a major event in history, and there were no exceptions. The important affairs of the country are only related to military sacrifices. Sacrifices were even more important than war. I have my ways. I brought the sacrificial items, some of them from the celestial realm. She took out many things, including divine herbs and 5-colored soil. Here, she used the 5-colored soil to build a small altar. Then, she used the immortal herbs to weave the sacrificial offering. This offering was in the shape of a dog. Straw dog? Zhongli was shocked. Yes, this is the most important thing in the sacrificial ceremony. It is a straw dog, made from immortal herbs. The weaving is done using a special technique. This technique itself is a cultivation technique, infusing the body's essence, qi, and spirit. There's a saying, heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things as straw dogs. Luo Feng finished weaving the straw dog and placed it on the 5-colored altar. She began to pray, Gods above, may the heroic spirits live forever. I offer the 5 virtues and the straw dog. You are like heaven and earth. Treat all living things as straw dogs. Kacha kacha. A flame burned from the void, burning the straw dog to ashes. A single sacrificial ceremony was completed. Rumble. After the sacrificial ceremony, the pond water and the blade of ownerless seemed to sense each other and nodded happily. All right, the sacrificial ceremony is effective. Luo Feng said, this is a small one. If it is a big one, a god must preside over it, and countless living things will be sacrificed together. So can we take the blade of ownerless now? Zhongli felt that the atmosphere had calmed down. He slowly sent his spiritual will over and was about to grab the blade of ownerless. However, all of a sudden, the ownerless blade emitted an intense ray of light, directly reflecting his divine sense back. Pooh! Zhongli's body was sliced into pieces by the blade energy. Even the laws lost their balance, and many talismans were damaged. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled on the ground. He couldn't hold on and was at a disadvantage. Luo Feng quickly pressed on his body and injected energy. Her face was dark. As expected, it doesn't work. The sacrificial power is too weak. To take the blade of ownerless and appease it, we need to carry out a big sacrificial ceremony. Then what we do now? Zhongli's body was almost shattered again. Although it was very uncomfortable, he had a deeper understanding of shattering. Soon, he might be able to refine his first shattering talisman. There is no other way. We can only leave this place temporarily and return to make preparations. Luo Feng shook his head, but we have locked onto this location. We can build a teleportation array here and return to the genius training camp. You can build a teleportation array for such a long distance? Zhongli frowned. Of course, but I have to pay for it. I have to borrow the power of the system. Luo Feng started to set up all kinds of arrays here. At this moment, countless voices sounded from afar. It seemed that there were people descending on this planet. Qi-La. Those people were very fast. After landing on the planet, they entered the crypt and started to move through the maze. In less than 10 breaths, Zhongli felt that many of the passageways in the planet shook. Vital energy was like a tide, and there were many figures. Many disciples and experts from the Immortal Tower had arrived. These people landed in the Crypt God's Tier and Ownerless Blade. Ha! We searched the ruins and knew that there were powerful treasures hidden here. We searched here many times, but didn't sense anything. Now that it has appeared, we must have met the fated person. The leader was a few men of noble status. There were many layers of pagoda embroidered on their bodies. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked elegant. The smile on his face was very gloomy, as if he could calculate everything. There was also a man with a long sword in his hand. His eyes were cold and arrogant, as if he could kill all the experts in the world. Other than them, there was a man with 2 hands. He was the first to speak. He looked coldly at Jiang Li and Luo Feng, and then at the remains of the 5-colored altar. You can leave. The good things here belong to us. Why? Luo Feng frowned. Which power are you from? My surname is Hong. I'm from the Hong family. I'm the governor of the Mystic Moon Great World, the Changing Sun Great World, the Maya Great World, and the Lake Dragon Great World. We're in charge of the treasure search in the Wild Star region. We belong to the government. You found the treasure here. Not bad, but it's ours now. Leave quickly. This place needs to be protected. When everything is settled, I'll report it to the higher-ups and give you credit and rewards. Now you have to leave. Also, before you leave, I want to erase your memories. This is top secret. You can't leak it. Not bad. The man with the folding fan said, look at your clothes. You're disciples of the genius training camp. You just entered, and yet you have such fate. Not bad, not bad. After I erase your memories, don't panic. You'll get the credit you deserve. You don't even remember our names, and you don't record us in your chips. How dare you say we'll get the credit? Zhongli could tell what was going on. He stepped forward and said, according to the laws of the Immortal Tower, it belongs to the one who is fated to have it. You can't snatch it. You have violated the laws of the Immortal Tower. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the law? Oh, the dignified him didn't expect that a few puny people would dare to go against his rule. What are you talking about? Leave this place quickly. Otherwise, according to the law, we can expel you, Luo Feng said. Ha ha. The man with the surname Hong laughed. What are you talking about? Expel us? If I'm not wrong, the things here are an invincible chaos divine weapon. And the tear of God? Just a little bit of it can strengthen one's spiritual force and explode the soul fire. These things are peerless treasures. How much are they worth? 100 billion chaos coins? A trillion chaos coins? It's impossible to buy them. They are priceless treasures. Do you think you two puny things can occupy the treasures here? We are fated. Naturally, we can occupy them. As Zhongli spoke, he secretly circulated his cultivation. He could tell that this matter wouldn't end well. The few people in front of him were very strong. They were all experts with 20 great Dao and above. Their son was even more unfathomable. He might be able to compete with Luo Feng. His cultivation was very weak now. He would probably have to fight a tough battle with any of the men in front of him. Moreover, he wouldn't be their match. The few men weren't ordinary disciples. They were people with real power. There were many people in the Immortal Tower who practiced the Star Domain Dao. For the first time, Zhongli felt that his cultivation was too weak. Chapter 671. Zhongli, these people are from the Hong family. Even though the Hong family isn't a god, their ancestor is called Venerable Hong Lai. His cultivation isn't any lower than desolate heaven lords. He's also an expert who has almost 100 great Daos. That's why they're so fearless. Luo Feng's divine will was transmitted to Jiang Li's mind. I did a search just now. The man with the fan is called Hong Xia, the man with the sword is Hong Long, and the middle-aged man is Hong Su. All three are experts with 24, 26, and 35 great Dao respectively. If any one of them attacks you, you will die a horrible death. Jiang Li's current mental energy was at the level of 17 great Dao. After all these days of training, his combat power was equivalent to that of a 15 great Dao expert. If he were to face an expert with 24 great Dao, he would definitely be crushed to death. Don't worry about me. I want to test out my cultivation. Although it was very dangerous to face these experts, I won't deal with these three, but I can deal with the people behind them. Behind these three people, there were dozens of disciples. They were all experts with 7 or 8 great Dao, and there were people with more than 10 great Dao. They were not geniuses, but true cultivators of the great Dao. After all, there were very few geniuses in this world. Cultivating a great Dao was equivalent to cultivating dozens of great Dao. Even in the Holy Lands, they were still important figures. No need. Don't start a fight so easily. Although this is not the Immortal Tower's star field, which is a place outside the law, if you start a fight and kill people, you will still be punished. Unless you can kill them all and silence them silently. Luo Feng secretly discussed the plan. This planet is very mysterious. It can cut off information from the network. They can't send a distress signal to the Immortal Tower's star field either. If we really fight, we might not be a match for these people. Do you have any good ideas? You look very confident, Zhongli said. If I were to be harvested so easily, I wouldn't be called the son of the immortal world. Actually, these people have been tricked by me from the start. We are worried about not having enough sacrifices. These people are the best. There is no need to fight. We will leave immediately. Luo Feng suddenly let out a long cry, grabbed Jiang Li, and transformed into a bright beam of light that flickered and then disappeared. These people were caught unprepared and actually failed to stop him. Luo Feng's speed was too fast. By the time they reacted, Zhongli and Luo Feng were no longer breathing. Their speed is so fast. Several experts were shocked. Don't worry. I think that woman has some ability. However, she is not our match. This time, we have picked up a great bargain. It seems that Honorable Hong Lai's prediction was right. He said that if we search this area, we will be able to get a great bargain. Hong Su's eyes turned greedy. The most important thing right now is how to get the Chaos Divine Weapon and the Tear of God. If we can get our hands on such peerless treasures, everyone will be able to advance to an extremely profound realm. Shall we collect it now? One of the attendants stepped forward. Don't act rashly. Those two brats didn't even manage to get it. Do you think you can? I think there must be a mystery here. Hong Su stopped the follower. I don't think it's that simple. Why don't we use the secret technique of borrowing objects? Hong Xia said, let's use it to increase our strength. Even if there are any problems, even if there are any dangers, they will all be substitutes. That's fine. I already had this idea, Hong Su said. On the surface of the planet, Jiang Li and Luo Feng once again landed on a place. This time, it was on a high mountain. Luo Feng laughed coldly. These people are dead for sure. You are going to make another sacrifice. Jiang Li saw Luo Feng wave his hand and set up an even bigger altar on the mountain. That's right. My previous sacrifice was just a prelude. This is the real sacrifice, Luo Feng said. The two of us will use fresh blood as a sacrifice and then use the people in the cave as sacrifices. I've already absorbed the auras and bodies of a few people. Once they start collecting the ownerless blade and the tear of God, I will start using them as sacrifices to the undying spirit. Although I won't be able to kill them, I will be able to severely injure them. Won't they be at our mercy then? Most importantly, this has nothing to do with us. We won't show our faces from start to finish. I didn't expect you to be so calculative. Zhongli watched the changes. With a flick of his finger, a dreamlike scene appeared in front of him, showing the various situations in the cave. This was a dream he had left behind when he left, and no one could discover it. But now, he could rely on this dream to see the situation in the cave. Inside the cave, Hong Xia, Hong Long, and Hong Su were performing a spell. They did not go collect the tear of God and the ownerless blade right away. Instead, they took astral steps and chanted incantations. A large amount of essence burst out of their bodies and formed a small person in front of them. The small person gradually grew bigger. It was the outer body incarnation. It was a spell that borrowed objects to take its form. In the end, the small person turned into an adult. He was 2 meters tall and had a dignified appearance. Every move he made was filled with a domineering aura and ambition. The incarnation walked to the side of the pool and suddenly made a grabbing motion. A suction force was emitted from the depths of his palm. The air trembled, and the space between heaven and earth seemed to be pulled. The space in the depths of the drop of blood was torn apart. However, the pool and the ownerless blade were threatened, and they immediately began to fight back. The blade gleam on the ownerless blade was filled with a murderous aura. It was as if an army of a universe had arrived in the cave of the planet. The army of hundreds of millions of ferocious fiends and torrents surged. A king appeared in the army. He was clad in armor and held the enlarged ownerless blade in his hand. He swung the blade. Whoosh! The entire universe split open. A destructive force swept through the entire cave. Oh no! The 3 of them and the many followers behind them were terrified. They could feel the anger of an ancient god. This was the resentment of a fallen god, and it didn't contain any personal emotions. It was purely a destructive godly power similar to the destruction of heaven and earth. This godly power could only be resisted by gods. Those without divinity would only die if they tried to resist it. Rumble! The bodies of the 3 of them split open. The incarnation that borrowed objects to take its form had long since been destroyed, leaving behind only a small pile of dust. The followers behind them all screamed miserably. Their bodies started burning, and in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to smoke. Only the 3 of them were the strongest, and they had many life-saving treasures on them. They exploded one after another, and only then did they barely manage to protect their lives. Go, let's go. We can't collect this thing. The three of them hurriedly ran out of the cave. Unfortunately, the ownerless blade had already locked onto them. The blade gleam and killing intent completely sealed the cave. Even a fly couldn't fly out. A good chance? Jiang Li and Luo Feng both saw the scene in the cave. Luo Feng put his palms together, prayed again, and offered a sacrifice. Great slumbering spirit, these three people are the most honorable sacrifices I have to offer to you. I hope you like them and enjoy them. Luo Feng added fuel to the fire, stealing the merit. In the cave, blade gleams flashed everywhere, and ghosts wailed and gods howled. Hong Xia, Hong Long, and Hong Su were completely trapped inside. They couldn't get out, and the three of them cried out in agony. Guardian Heavenly Sphere. Hong Su couldn't hold on any longer, and once again, he used his trump card. It was a sphere the size of an egg, and as it spun, it released a beam of light that enveloped the three of them. Many runes formed an eggshell around it. The blade gleam hit the eggshell, and cracks appeared on it. However, it couldn't break the eggshell. It was clearly a divine item. What do we do? Big brother, how do we get out? Hong Xia, who was holding a folding fan, didn't look elegant at all. His clothes were tattered, and even his folding fan was burning. The flames couldn't be extinguished. I didn't expect this treasure to be so hard to collect. Are we destined to be the ones who aren't fated? Humph. What do you mean by fate? Being powerful means that you are fated. In this world, there is no such thing as an ownerless item. All treasures belong to the powerful. Originally, we wanted to take this magic treasure for ourselves. Who would have thought that we wouldn't be able to do so? Looks like we can only summon our sovereign, Hong Lai, and have him come here. Using his great map treasure, he will be able to absorb this entire planet and suppress everything. Grand Map, that's our Hong family's heirloom, a treasure crafted by Supreme God with blood, sweat, and tears. Once it's activated, it requires a lot of energy. Will Honorable Hong Lai come? Of course they will come. The ownerless blade is a chaos divine weapon. It is even stronger than the Grand Map. Moreover, we have the Tear of God in front of us. When these items are gathered together, it will be a priceless treasure. As long as we can send a message to Honorable Hong Lai, he will immediately rush here with the Grand Map. But this way, we won't be able to get the biggest share. The ownerless blade originally belonged to us three brothers. The Tear of God also belongs to us three brothers. At this point, you're still thinking of getting a share of the profits? We're going to be attacked and killed right now. The Guardian Heavenly Sphere won't be able to last much longer, and we will eventually perish. Damn it, we can only summon the Venerable now. I can't use the system network here. There's always a divine power in the depths of the Wildstar region that blocks the entire network. We can only use our bloodline connection and telepathy. Let's do it together. With my blood, I can sense my fellow clan members. Fate exists in the unseen world. It controls our future. Let us seek help from the most powerful existence in our bloodline. The blood shot out by the three of them turned into a blood-colored spell that formed a pattern. This pattern had mountains, rivers, and the earth. It was the legendary Grand Map. It's time. Luo Feng clearly understood what was going on below. They're summoning Honorable Hong Lai. This is the effect I want. When Honorable Hong Lai arrives, he will use the Grand Map. This is the strongest offering. Only after devouring Honorable Hong Lai and the Grand Map will the ownerless blade be satisfied. Finally, it will belong to us. Chapter 672. Yu Luo Feng. At this moment, Jiang Li had a deep understanding of Luo Feng's generosity. This woman was simply unpredictable, and he might be a part of her scheme. No matter what, he had to be more vigilant in case he fell into a trap. This time, you even dared to trap experts at the level of Venerable Hong Lai. Will this cause any trouble and cause us to be unable to stay in the Immortal Tower's star field? No, because we've already left, Luo Feng said. Every year, the experts of the Immortal Tower's star field will meet with accidents outside. Moreover, this group of people might not die. We're just watching from the side. It's here. Jiang Li suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. Then, he sensed that a huge space on this planet had collapsed, and a person had appeared. This person was holding a scroll. This person was a young man dressed in sapphire blue clothes and had a jade crown on his head. He looked like an ancient scholar official, elegant and elegant. On the scroll were various blueprints of great achievements, grand ambitions, and mountains and rivers. Apart from that, the scroll actually gave off the feeling that it was a copy of the multivariate universe. This was the ancient treasure, the Grand Map. That young man was the ancestor of the Hong family, Hong Lai. As soon as he arrived in the starry sky, he displayed the aura of a big shot. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Map unfolded and was about to envelop the entire starry sky, especially the planet in front of him. It was as if it was his possession. A huge pressure came from all directions, as if the universe had started to collapse. All the pressure was concentrated on this planet, and it was about to refine this planet directly. Zhongli felt a huge pressure, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Don't be afraid. This planet is formed from God's eyeball. If it were so easy to refine, it would have been refined long ago. We wouldn't have a share. Luo Feng comforted him. As expected, just as the pressure from the Grand Map descended on the planet, the entire planet erupted with a counterattack. The originally ordinary planet, which was just a piece of rock, suddenly seemed to come to life. Zhongli felt that the planet under his feet was filled with vitality. A spiritual nature was born in the deepest part of the planet, and the rock turned into crystals and flesh. The entire planet turned into an eye. The eyeball moved about, looking at Hong Tu and Venerable Hong Lai. A ray of light shot out, piercing through one world after another. It seemed to be the eye of destruction, the eye of rebirth, the eye of shattering, and the eye of heaven and earth. 10,000 eyes deity. Hong Lai was shocked. This is the most mysterious heaven, bewildering eyes. At that moment, his grand diagram was spinning, and so was he. He roared again and again, spewing out a large amount of essence energy, condensing into millions of himself, like an army, attacking the planet's eyeball. The planets in front of him had all turned into eyeballs. Rays of light shot out, sucking in Hong Lai and Hong Tuesday Luo Feng and Zhongli were on the planet. Looking at the sparkling ground beneath their feet, they felt like they were playing tricks on someone's eyes. The two of them were extremely tiny. "This is our chance," Luo Feng said. "Spit out some blood. We'll begin the blood sacrifice. Sacrifice the firmament blood." Zhongli quickly forced his own blood out, using Luo Feng's method to draw talismans. The talismans seeped into the eyeball, and both Zhongli and Luo Feng prayed at the same time. "God of the immortal world, we, the successor of the Soul Emperor and the Firmament Emperor, pray for you. This man in front of us will be our sacrifice." Rumble. The two of them were praying and offering sacrifices. Countless people were screaming, as if the followers of the ancient legion of gods were awakening. The ancient god nation once again appeared in front of the humans. The power of the eyeball grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the grand diagram actually burst into flames. Hong Lai's body was also burning, as if he were being burned by the eyeball. Paragon Hong Lai let out a miserable shriek, as if he couldn't hold on any longer. He was being pushed back, and yet he couldn't fly out. He was completely sucked in. "Hong Xia, Hong Long, Hong Su, come out." Paragon Hong Lai roared. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, which then transformed into multiple shadows. 3 bodies were sucked out of the planet. However, along with his body, a sword and saber appeared. That was the ownerless blade. When it appeared in the air, the might of the chaos divine weapon was completely unleashed. With a single slash, Venerable Hong Lai was split into 2. Damn it! Paragon Hong Lai's 2 has turned into raging flames, part of which transformed into yin and yang, and the other into primordial chaos. The primordial chaos rushed toward the eyeball, while the yin and yang fled. Unfortunately, the grand diagram couldn't be protected. It was sucked in by the eyeball, and then the ownerless blade slashed it in half, turning it into a small diagram that was absorbed by the ownerless blade. Everything went back to normal, and the planet returned to its stone state. Rumble. Luo Feng and Jiangli rushed into the depths of the planet and saw that the pool of clear water had turned into a teardrop, and the ownerless blade was lying there lazily. Done. Jiangli waved his hand and grabbed the teardrop, while the ownerless blade was kept by Luo Feng. Both of them had gotten what they needed. Ha ha! This god's tear is yours. This ownerless blade is mine. Luo Feng held the ownerless blade in his hand, and when he felt the immense power, he couldn't hide the obvious joy on his face. This god's tear has been condensed, and a huge amount of mental energy has been poured into it. If you refine it, you can fuse it into your primordial spirit, and your soul fire will explode. Your mental energy will rise to a terrifying level, and it won't be any higher than mine. Your mental energy will reach the level of an expert with 30 great Daos and 30,000 dimensional units. This ownerless blade is even more valuable, right? Jiangli said. After I refine it, I'll just increase my psychic power a bit. Once you master the ownerless blade, your strength will increase tenfold. More importantly, it just absorbed half of Reverend Hong Lai's strength from the grand diagram and turned it into pure energy. If you use that energy to transform it into the will of a chaos weapon, you'll be able to cultivate the other great Daos, the Grand Tao of Primordial Chaos and the Grand Tao of Primordial Beginning. You're right, Yang Qi said. With the ownerless blade, I can cultivate the most powerful of the Grand Taos, the Grand Tao of Primordial Chaos and the Grand Tao of Primordial Beginning. When the time comes, I can combine the three Daos and use the true meaning of the immortal world to refine them into a single energy. Then I'll truly be invincible, and I'll even be able to manipulate good fortune. Luo Feng said, in all of history, no one has ever fused the three great Daos of the immortal world together. Is that so? Even the Heart the Arch couldn't do it? Jiangli didn't believe it. The three great Daos restrict and balance each other. If they were fused together, it would be a concentration of power. It wouldn't be three begets all things, but all things would return to the origin. The universe would shrink back to a tiny dot. That's bad news. Luo Feng looked at the ownerless blade in front of him, and after a moment of excitement, there was also a hint of melancholy. I'm afraid it won't be easy to refine the ownerless blade. Jiangli also repeatedly looked at the tear of God that he had collected. A smile appeared on his face. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for me to refine this tear of God. I can't refine it at all. This thing is like a normal person looking through a telescope and seeing a golden planet in the distant starry sky. No, as long as you accumulate enough chaos coins and merit points, you can borrow the system's power to refine it. If you're not satisfied, you can sell it. Sell it to God, and God will reward you. You can use the merit points to deduce your cultivation technique, and you'll definitely be able to cultivate dozens of laws. Luo Feng knew the value of the tier of gods in front of him. Although the two of them had obtained a treasure, it was extremely difficult to refine it, and it wouldn't be able to greatly increase their cultivation in a short period of time. Let's go. We have to leave now. This has become a forbidden area. Soon, the experts from the Immortal Tower Star Field will arrive in batches. Luo Feng was about to leave. No, Jiangli said, if this is a space node, I can't leave. Because once the Immortal Tower Star Field discovers the space node, the human world will be finished. The human world won't be able to resist the large-scale invasion of experts. The technology of the Immortal Tower Star Field has long been able to teleport. It doesn't matter if there is a space node near the myriad world celestial sphere. But what you said reminds me that you have to open the space node to greatly increase your strength. Luo Feng waved the ownerless blade in his hand, and the blade radiance started killing. All the power was condensed to the extreme, and it seemed to be summoning and sensing. Bang! As expected, a small space node opened here. Rumble. Jiangli saw a vast world. It was the myriad world celestial sphere, the solar system, the Milky Way galaxy, and the passionate cultivation world. As soon as the space node was opened, a huge force descended on Jiangli's body. Suddenly, his soul fire seemed to be adding oil to the fire, and it rose steadily. The huge flames burned the entire planet. Crack, crack. He felt like billions of years had passed in an instant, and the concept of great destruction rippled in his heart. Jiangli's body started to explode. He was broken. However, it continued to shatter and reform, shatter and fuse, fuse and shatter again. Finally, a rune was formed. This rune looked very exquisite, so exquisite that it was beyond imagination. It was like a bright starry sky, and it was showing all kinds of changes. The story of separation and reunion was playing out in the rune. This was the shattering rune. Zhongli finally received the benefits of the cultivation world's advancement. In an instant, his cultivation increased greatly. However, he also sent out a will, which was injected into the cultivation world's quantum computer. The knowledge that was injected was the technology and information he had obtained in the Immortal Tower's star domain. A long strand of law wrapped around Jiang Li's body. He had finally cultivated the 10th nomological law, the shattering nomological law. This realm of the shattering nomological law was simply invincible. There were a total of 50 million runes. At this moment, Jiang Li's mental power also rose to 20,000 dimensional units, which was equivalent to an expert with 20 gray Daos. Go, let's go. Luo Feng waved his hand, and the ownerless blade closed the space node. I know. This space node was created by the ownerless blade. With the ownerless blade, we can contact the myriad world celestial sphere at any time. So that's how it is. Then let's go. Zhongli was overjoyed. The two of them moved, and they left. Just as the two of them left, countless rays of light surrounded the planet. Chapter 673. Human Realm. This was also the cultivation world of the past. Now, it was becoming more and more prosperous. All the sects had merged together to form a new human society. All kinds of groups were in contact with the outside world, doing business with each other and strengthening each other. 100 flowers were blooming, and 100 schools of thought were contending. There was the old limitless group and the newly established psychedelic group. Other than that, there were also some new groups. These groups were all prospering day by day, but all of them were centered around the human government. At this moment, the upper echelons of the human government gathered together again. Just now, the photon computer on Limitless received Jiang Li's will. Dream Kite gathered the upper echelons. He brought us a lot of technology and information from the Immortal Tower star field, enriching our technology and cultivation power again. These days, we have established a foundation in the human world, protecting the assets of many big forces outside. Now, we have built up our reputation. Hong Heiyu said, these days, the trade volume has increased by 100 times, and the warships and technology from the Immortal Tower have been sold in exchange for a huge amount of resources. We have begun to create energy similar to the immortal Qi in the human world. However, this is far from enough. The information that Zhongli sent out shows that it is very likely that tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, or not too far away, the experts of the Immortal Tower star field will attack. Now, they are preparing, probably because they are afraid of Wang Chao of the brain of the universe. However, we have slapped the people of this star field in the face. Even if they come out in full force, they will still kill us. That is a good point. Hua Lu Dao had long become an expert of the great Dao, and a super strong one at that. These days, he had interacted with the experts of the various worlds and obtained a lot of resources, which had almost changed his soul and physique. Rumble. The entire human world was wriggling again. The heavens was shaking, and the earth was expanding. Then, the shadow of the ancient chaos halberd appeared in the sky, and all kinds of fate rose. That was the heavens evolving again. There's no hurry. Our human world can evolve into a real universe at any time. Dream Kite's face lit up with joy. Moreover, I have a trump card. If it really doesn't work, I will abandon myself and merge with the heavenly way, combining the great emperor's relic with the heavenly will. In that way, even if the gods of the Immortal Tower come to attack us, they won't be able to do anything to us. However, we don't have to do that unless we have no other choice. I think the human world has accumulated enough energy. The reason why we haven't been able to advance so far is because of one thing, and that is predestined. It's a big deal for a macro world to advance into a universe, and it will affect the order of the world. How can we succeed in one go? I think the attack of the Immortal Tower this time is our predestined fate. We are all very confident. All the upper echelons of the human government swore. Every moment, an enormous amount of fate almost condensed into a substance and poured into the human world. Many tentacles extended from the human world to the Milky Way galaxy and even the myriad world celestial sphere to serve as a logistics channel. In this way, the human world's business became even bigger. Even if the experts of the devil world and the netherworld world came, they would behave themselves and not dare to plot or rob. The annihilation of the immortal towers, star fields, scared them. Although no one was optimistic about the human world now, those who dared to do that were fugitives. They were simply acting like troublemakers, which made them even more difficult to deal with. Even the devils were afraid of them. Therefore, they behaved themselves when doing business. Great President, an expert from the Chi realm, has come with his team. He said he wants to join the human world and build it together. That expert is called Chi Huanyu. His cultivation is unfathomable. At this moment, an assistant of the president came in. This assistant was a young man, a saint, a human from Earth, with a pure Orthodox bloodline. He had Yuanshi's ancient bloodline and the soul of the myriad world celestial sphere. He had advanced recently. Recently, saints had sprung up among the human world like mushrooms after the rain. All of them were geniuses, and the upper echelons were overjoyed. What? An expert from the Chi realm came to join us? Dream Kite quickly began to analyze and pointed out the information about the Chi realm. These days, after killing Prince Tattoo, she had obtained a lot of information about the immortal tower star field. She had a new understanding of the myriad worlds. Pieces of information converged into spiritual waves and entered the minds of many people present. The Chi realm used to be a huge universe. Everyone was skilled in Qigong, and they could almost stand shoulder to shoulder with the martial world. They stood at the peak of the myriad worlds. However, billions of years ago, the Chi realm encountered a great calamity. Not only was heavens heavily injured, the universe was almost destroyed. A large number of experts from the Chi realm died, and the gods fell. Later on, the universe was no longer strong and became a third-rate universe. Life was very difficult, and it was very likely that it would be annexed by other universes. Dream Kite said, "Let's go and meet this Chi Huanyu. Let's see if he is sincere or not." In the past few days, when they heard that we were going to establish the human realm, many ambitious people came to seek refuge, and we also accepted some of them. We got along very well with each other, but there has never been such a peerless expert who came to seek refuge. I think Chi Huanyu, who came to seek refuge this time, has been tested by the system and heaven's will, and his cultivation is at least above 30 great Daos. What? An expert above 30 grand Daos? Let's go and see. Dream Kite and the higher-ups of the human race exchanged glances and teleported to the reception area. Sure enough, they saw a man who looked to be less than 30 years old. However, his expression was sad, and his eyes were filled with sorrow and worry. An indescribable melancholy aura infected everyone in the world. He was like a wanderer who had left his hometown and wandered the long corridor on a rainy night without a sense of belonging. As expected, this person is terrifying. He's at least above 30 grand Daos. Dream Kite secretly activated the Grand Emperor's relic and saw through this person. In the human world, she wasn't afraid. With the Chaosu halberd hanging in the air, no matter how strong this person was, he would be killed in an instant. Moreover, Dream Kite's strength was gradually merging with the Grand Emperor's relic. With her bloodline activated, her cultivation base and bloodline activated, she wasn't afraid of this person. "You're Mr. Chi Huanyu?" Dream Kite asked. "I'm the president of the human world, Dream Kite, the descendant of the celestial world's Heart Emperor." Jiangli had already sent the information to Meng Ziyuan. Now that Meng Ziyuan had said it, it was also to increase her luck and identity. For example, in the ancient times, one's identity was not small. During the Three Kingdoms era, Liu Bei would say that he was the emperor's uncle, the descendant of King Jin of Zhongshan. When many people heard of his identity, they would lower their heads and be suppressed. This identity also attracted many people. Heart Emperor was the #1 emperor in the celestial world. Back then, he was famous and was almost the third strongest person in the world. Anyone who heard of such a person's descendant would shiver. Sure enough, Qi Huanyu's expression flickered with surprise. I can't believe you're a descendant of Hard Emperor. I can't believe it. But you do have the invincible might and energy of Hard Emperor. I came here today to join the humans. I'm very interested in building the human world. It would be an honor to join the humans and build the human world together. We welcome you with open arms. However, we have our own rules. If you want to join us, you have to make a major contribution to the human world. That would require the approval of the parliament. Also, you have to abide by the laws of the human world and not do anything to harm the human race. You have to swear a primal chaos oath. Are you willing to do that? Of course I'm willing. It's only natural. Qi Huanyu waved his hand, causing a crystalline sphere to appear, inside of which was vast quantities of primal chaos paleo energy. The angel folk invaded our energy world in the hopes of plundering our resources, so I fought them back. I snuck into their light world and stole the primal chaos paleo energy from their eternal ancient well. Now, I'm offering it to the mortal world. So, it really is primal chaos paleo energy. Dreamkite's heart thumped. If she offered primal chaos paleo energy to the will of heaven, it would grow even stronger, and the defenses of the human world would grow even more stable. The primal chaos paleo energy in front of her right now was a very important strategic resource. Of course, she wasn't going to accept it so easily. Many thanks for your good intentions, she said. Can you tell me why you like the human world? The human world right now isn't my ideal world, but it's already starting to take shape. I hope that it will be the hope of all living beings, regardless of whether they're lowly or powerful, noble or lowly, that they can all live together. A boundless mortal world, a world of passion. That's what life should be like. This world shouldn't be a world of cultivation, and cultivation shouldn't be the only thing. Because regardless of whether one cultivates or doesn't cultivate, the same result is death and disappearance. Since ancient times, there has never been an immortal, and there is no such thing as an immortal. Therefore, in the thousands of reincarnations, these things have become meaningless. A person's life, whether it is short or long, has to end. Qi Huanyu's eyes were like smoke clouds. Why must one cultivate? That's an eternal question, Dreamkite said. But I can see that you're a person who follows the rules of order and has ideals. Now, you can take your team and swear the oath. The experts of the human world began to flock to him. In the star field of the Immortal Tower, Zhongli had returned to the genius training camp to study the tear of God. He spat out a breath of air that enveloped the tear of God and began to refine it. Within the raging flames, the tear of God did not move at all and showed no signs of melting. After a long moment passed, Zhongli retracted his true flame and sighed. My cultivation base really isn't strong enough to refine the tear of the gods. It's like guarding a mountain of gold is a beggar. Chapter 674. Although he had obtained the tear of God, Zhongli was unable to refine it with his current level of cultivation. He thought hard about how to refine it, and then began to search for it in the system. He was relieved about the human world. The moment he opened the spatial node, he could feel that the human world was developing much faster without him. There would be more experts emerging. Moreover, he already knew the structure of the human world. The moment his soul connected to the optical computer of Infinite, a huge amount of information about the human world entered his mind. Young Tianyi's strength had long surpassed that of Desolate Heaven Lord and the others. Together with the ancient Chaos Halberd, in time, he might really be comparable to a god. The ancient Chaos Great Halberd was originally full of chaotic aura, but now, the aura calmed down, complex, and ever-changing, like the endless mortal world, chaotic and indistinct. This meant that this magical treasure was cultivating on its own, advancing on its own, becoming more powerful and changing. In the future, it would become the protector of the human world, representing all living beings in the human world. Only in this way could a magical treasure be upgraded by borrowing the power of all living beings. It was the right choice for the ancient Chaos Halberd to choose the human realm. From a certain perspective, Dreamkite's strength has already surpassed mine. She has fused with the Soul Emperor's relic, allowing her to unleash more profundities than I can. Her bloodline has already changed, and with the blessing of the human president, her combat strength is extremely terrifying. Jiangli looked at the tear of God in front of him again. He suddenly took out his system microchip and shook it slightly. How can I refine the tear of God? Immediately, the AI chip shone brightly. The system was analyzing the data. The tear of gods. Gods are grief-stricken, damaging their vitality and lifespan. The condensed essence is almost immortal and is extremely difficult to refine. The system can help you refine it, but it will require a lot of chaos coins and merit points. As the system spoke, it reported a series of numbers. When Jiangli saw the number, he was shocked. He thought about it and decided to forget about it. Relying on the system to help him refine the tear of God was too much of a scam. There is another way. The system can help you refine it, but you have to give up half of the essence of the tear of God during the refining process. If you agree, sign the contract and the system will automatically refine it. The system proposed another plan. Half of the essence? This was simply robbery. How precious was the tear of God? You want to take away half of the essence just by refining a little? Dream on. Jiangli knew that the Immortal Tower's Starfield system was very strong. However, if you were to use the system to do something, it would cost him a lot. However, as long as you were willing to pay the price, the system could do it for you, even if it was something that God could not do. Moreover, the system is always at your service. It could be said that the system was the most valuable thing in the star field of the Immortal Tower. As long as one had money, one could live a good life. Jiangli was now a poor man. Although he had close to 4 billion chaos coins, if he wanted to advance and forcefully increase his cultivation level, this little bit of money was not enough. Now, Jiangli did not want to spend all the chaos coins he had, which were close to 4 billion. Without money, it would be difficult for him to move an inch. Whoosh! At this moment, a silhouette appeared outside Jiangli's cave and a message appeared on his chip. Brother Eugene, I've arrived at your sect. I have something to discuss with you. Jiangli used his spiritual will to open the message. It was Hua Immortal Slayer. He waved his hand and the door of the cave opened. Hua Immortal Slayer flew in and stood in front of him. At this moment, Hua Immortal Slayer's body was slender and did not have any aura. His eyes were gentle and not sharp. He did not look like a peerless expert, but an ordinary person. However, Jiangli knew that this person's cultivation had reached the returning to true realm. Hua Immortal Slayer had finally mastered the Immortal Slayer Great Tao. Once this king of Great Tao was mastered, he was filled with killing intent. He was like a divine dragon hiding in an eel hole. Other than that, Hua Immortal Slaying and Immortal Ending Great Taos were completely mastered and integrated into his body. He had also broken down the runes and refined them into his own Great Tao. With this person's current cultivation level, Jiangli was no match for him at all. Back then, Hua Immortal Slayer could only watch him kill Brain Demon and take away Tower Demon. Now, Jiangli had become his follower. However, Hua Immortal Slayer had the support of a powerful faction. Fire God chose him, so it was not surprising that his cultivation increased. At least now, Hua Immortal Slayer was a friend. Brother, your strength increased so quickly. Hua Immortal Slayer saw Jiangli's cultivation and was shocked. Jiangli now had 10 nomological laws and 20,000 dimensional units of mental strength. To Hua Immortal Slayer, this was indeed a fast advancement. Although Hua Immortal Slayer was very strong, it was all thanks to the support of his family and Vulcan. If he cultivated hard, it was impossible for him to reach Jiangli's level. Moreover, Jiangli's potential was much greater than his. Jiangli had yet to cultivate a single great Tao, but he was already so earth-shattering. Right now, Jiangli was someone who had already cultivated 3 great Tao. If he had another great Tao, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the treatment of a genius and would be rejected by the 3-dimensional universe. I am nothing, but you will soon gather the 4 Immortal Slayer Taos. Legend has it that when the 4 Taos are gathered, there will be an unbelievable change. It will summon the spirit of the invincible expert who created the Immortal Slayer Great Tao and obtain his treasures. Jiangli said, these are all legends. Who would believe them? However, there's been no news of the 4th Grand Tao for a long time. Sigh, I have no clue either. My family has searched everywhere, but to no avail. That's because the 4th Grand Tao depends on fate. Without fate, Even gods can't do anything. My family's god divined and said that since you can bring immortal ending and immortal slaying Daos, you can definitely bring the third great Tao. What Immortal Slayer said. Could it be? I'm fated with the Immortal Slayer great Tao? Zhongli stared blankly. Since this was a divine divination, then it was definitely not bad. Fate could indeed control everything in the unseen world. Although one of his laws was called fate, he had yet to fully comprehend it. The last great Tao was the Immortal Slayer great Tao. All right, let's not talk too much. Hua Immortal Slayer said, Actually, I'm here to ask you for a favor. Help me search for an ancient ruin. There might be clues there. My family's god said that it's better to bring you along because you have luck and fate. Apart from that, we're going to participate in the Genius King battle in a month. Every Genius King battle is very intense. I heard that the prizes for the Genius King battle this time are very generous. Genius King battle? Zhongli recalled Yi Wushuang's warning not to stand out. In reality, it did not matter. With his current cultivation base, he might not be able to stand out. Unless he refined the tier of God and his spiritual power skyrocketed, he might be able to fight for first place. This time, Luo Feng will definitely be in first place. Her cultivation base is already tyrannical, and she has also obtained the ownerless blade. However, there's a possibility that she won't reveal the ownerless blade. Zhang Li thought, once she reveals it, she will become the Hong clan's mortal enemy. This time, the Genius King battle is different from the past. The prizes have attracted many geniuses who don't show themselves. There are many geniuses in the Immortal Towers Star Zone. Some geniuses have been participating in the Sacred War and haven't returned. Now that they've heard the news, they've rushed back. Hua Immortal Slayer said, I've just cultivated 3 great Tao, so I'm considered a genius. If I cultivate the 4th great Tao, I won't be qualified to be a genius and enjoy the Genius King battle. I've heard that the prize for the Genius King battle is a godhead. A godhead? Zhongli did not show much interest. After all, he had obtained the Monarch Godhead and the Emperor's Relic, but he had given it up and given it to Dreamkite. He had seen a real Buddha, so why would he be interested in an Arhat in a small temple? You're looking down on a godhead? While Mortal Slayer saw Jiang Li's expression. It's good stuff. Originally, a godhead would fuse, but after being refined by the master of the Immortal Tower, it became something like a second primordial spirit. Once you get that godhead, you can fuse it with your soul fire through cultivation. Not only will it increase your combat power, but can also help you predict all problems in cultivation, predict good or bad luck, and protect yourself. Apart from that, there are many other uses of a godhead that you have no idea about. I have to get that godhead. I really don't know much about the uses of godhead. It seems I need to find some time to study it. When Zhongli heard Hua Zhuxian's words, he suddenly realized that his research on godhood was pitiful. Even with the Grand Emperor's relic, he could only study it and didn't get any results. All right, there's still a month to go, Hua Immortal Slayer said. Let's go to the wastelands again. Hua Zhuxian said, Now, let's go to the wasteland again. I know that there are many ancient ruins in the wasteland. This time, I'm going to explore a very powerful one. If we're lucky, we'll get a lot of treasures and become stronger. If not, we can still kill chaos ancient demons to improve our martial arts. Of course I'll keep you company, Hua Immortal Slayer said. Zhongli said, I also want to see how strong you are after cultivating 3 Grand Daos. Maybe we'll meet in the Battle of the Genius Kings. Ha! Hua Immortal Slayer laughed. Brother, you're very strong, much stronger than me in the past. But now, you're no match for me. Of course, it's all thanks to you that I can get to where I am today. You sold me 2 Grand Daos. That's not it. You're a genius yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to cultivate the Immortal Slayer Grand Dao and break through the last rule. Zhongli opened the I chip and connected his soul to the system. He started teleporting to the wastelands again. When he opened his eyes, he saw a haze of chaotic gas. This was his 3rd time in the wastelands. Each time he entered, he would find something new. Chapter 675. Whoosh. A group of primal chaos ancient demons rushed towards them. They looked like fishes. Some were black, some were white, some were black, some were black, and some were white. They looked like yin-yang fish in the Taiji diagram. These ancient demons were called yin-yang demons. Together, they were extremely powerful. Moreover, they were in groups, turning into Taiji diagrams that covered the sky and earth, attacking Jiang Li and Huajuxian. The Taiji diagrams wrapped around them. Space was swept away, and flames appeared on them. The flames were black and white. They were the yin-yang divine fire. Huajuxian smiled. He did not move, but sword chi exploded from his body. Sword like mountains, sword like forests, sword like seas, sword like clouds, sword like sand. Jiang Li saw the wind and clouds change. Sword chi crisscrossed. It was as if Huajuxian was communicating with a mysterious world. Sword universe, sword world. Sword world was one of the 10,000 worlds. It was very mysterious and seemed to only exist in legends. Originally, swordsmanship was a part of martial arts and should have been in the world of martial arts. However, in a distant era, an extremely powerful god in the world of martial arts, the ancestor of all swords, for some unknown reason, left the world of martial arts and created the world of swords. The immortal Slayer Dao was created by this ancestor. However, this was just a legend. No one knew if it was true or not. Jiang Li had heard of another version of a legend. The truth was not important. What was important was the cultivation technique itself. Lord of the Sword Dao, turn the tide. Huajuxian casually released his sword Qi, which actually formed fragrant white lotuses in the air. Each white lotus wrapped around the Taiji diagrams, freezing and sealing them. Each of the primal chaos ancient demons had their consciousness wiped out and turned into pure treasures. Huajuxian grabbed and a Taiji diagram formed by tens of thousands of primal chaos yin and yang ancient demons appeared in his hand. This Taiji diagram was sealed in the lotus. This primal chaos yin-yang ancient fiend is very mysterious. It has connate yin-yang chi within it. This kind of aura can wrap around the soul, ignite flames, refine all things, and even forge Dharma treasures. This Taiji diagram, if I go back and refine it a little, it will become a rare Dharma treasure. I can sell it for at least tens of millions of chaos coins, and there will be a lot of merit points. Huajuxian caressed the Taiji diagram. The other flowers bloomed, and the Taiji diagrams flew out and fused with the largest Taiji diagram. The abandoned land is indeed a good place to earn money. Jiang Li did not make a move. Instead, he studied Huajuxian's sword chi and learned the intricacies of sword techniques from it to perfect his infinite godly fist. He only had 2 moves in his infinite divine fist, infinite origin and infinite creation. Once he understood the third move, his martial arts would rise to a new level and he would step into a new world. Of course, it was very difficult to understand the third move. It was not something that could be done in a day. After the group of yin and yang ancient demons were captured, a large empty space was no longer attacked by the ancient demons. Huajuxian walked in the air and said, "The primal chaos ancient demons in the abandoned land are actually innate beings. Brain demon, tower demon, genie demon, book demon, and yin and yang demon. They do not have demonic chi. Their structures represent the treasures and weapons of the chaos. The final structure of the yin and yang demons is the Taiji diagram. It is a chaos divine item. Although it is not as good as the Good Fortune Jade Disc, it is said to have suppressed the heavens and is one of Yuanshur's 3 great treasures. I have heard of Yuanshur countless times. Who is he?" Jiang Li chatted with Huajuxian as they walked. The primordial heavenly king was a legend in the universe. He created the celestial sphere of the myriad realms and forced the heavens will of the myriad realms to sign a contract. Even the master of the immortal tower and the master of the brain of the universe were no match for him. It could be said that he was invincible throughout the years of his existence. He broke all taboos and dominated all fates. Unfortunately, he was too strong, so strong that even the multidimensional universe couldn't contain him. Furthermore, he wasn't a primal chaos ancient life form, but rather an ordinary life form that was born after the primal chaos was destroyed. He reached the pinnacle over the years, and no one knows how he managed to cultivate to such a level. Huajuxian smacked his lips. Actually, if not for the existence of the myriad world celestial sphere, I would suspect that Yuanshur does not really exist. How did the primordial heavenly king disappear? A person like him should be immortal. How did he die? Jiangli wanted more information from Hua Zhuxian. It's not that the stronger one is, the longer one will live. In this world, there's a balance. Those who are too strong will eventually be destroyed, while those who are weak will live longer. Hua Zhuxian said something philosophical. Extreme prosperity leads to decline. That is an eternal truth. Such a powerful existence that created the order of the myriad worlds might have died or transcended, Jiangli said. By the way, where's the relic you mentioned? The relic is an ancient floating shrine, Hua Zhuxian said. There are even stronger primal chaos elder devils guarding it. They're called bell devils, and each of them is an ancient bell. When they shake, the sound they make is incomparably destructive. The ruins we're about to enter are also in the shape of a bell. Rumor has it that an ancient god entered this place and died. I thought only cultivators with 3 grand daos and below could enter? Jiangli asked. Some people can hide their auras and steal from the heavens. Hua Zhuxian waved his hand and took a step forward. Along the way, Jiangli saw many primordial demons. Some resembled sabers, some resembled swords, some resembled snakes, some resembled dragons, and some resembled cats. There were also all sorts of oddities. However, neither of them attacked them. Instead, they ventured deeper. Some of the primal chaos ancient demons were weak. Killing them was not worth much. It was a waste of time. Only the tower demon, the brain demon, the book demon, the genie demon, the yin-yang demon, and the bell demon they were looking for. If one of these demons was imprisoned and its memory was erased, it would be the shell of a treasure. If many of them were captured, they could combine to form a huge treasure. The more demons there were, the more powerful the treasure would be. These demons were worth a lot and could be sold for a high price. The two walked slowly. Suddenly, they saw many corpses floating in the chaotic gas. They were all primal chaos ancient demons. No one would kill a primal chaos ancient demon without collecting its corpse. The corpse was worth a lot. Only those extremely conceited, peerless experts who felt that corpses were worthless would leave corpses behind like this. Someone is coming. Hua Zhuxian looked serious. It's people from the Immortal Tower. Jiangli looked into the distance and indeed discovered a few figures. They seemed to be working together to execute some kind of heaven-defying mystical ability. As if sensing Jiang Li and Hua Zhuxian's arrival, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a young man in yellow. You are the disciples of the Immortal Tower, the genius training camp? The yellow-clothed youth coldly looked at Jiang Li and said, "Then you came at the right time. I need you to do a series of things." "What?" Hua Zhuxian's face darkened. "What do you want me to do?" "We are here for another purpose. You do your thing, and I will do ours. We will not interfere with each other." "Ha ha ha!" The young man in yellow looked at Hua Zhuxian. "How arrogant! No one has ever dared to speak to me like this." "Huang Tianbo? You are Huang Tianbo, the King of Geniuses? The one who won the title of King of Geniuses in the previous competition?" Hua Zhuxian was shocked. He immediately remembered what kind of person this was. In the genius training camp, there were always some people who shone brightly. The King of Geniuses was one of them. There were countless geniuses in the Immortal Tower. Every once in a while, there would be a competition to select the King of Geniuses. As long as the King of Geniuses was selected, none of them would be weak. They were all peerless cultivators who dominated the world and looked down on the universe. Even Hua Zhuxian might not be able to win the title of King of Geniuses this time. Ever since the establishment of the Immortal Tower, it had experienced countless battles between genius kings. Every time a genius king surpassed 3 great Dao, he or she would give up the title and become a governor or take up an important position with great authority. If he or she didn't surpass 3 great Dao, they would continue to stay in the genius training camp. As long as he didn't have more than 3 great Daos, there would be many benefits. For example, only experts who had less than 3 great Daos could enter. Of course, to maintain 3 great Daos and increase one's strength was much more difficult than cultivating the virtual godhead and dozens of great Daos. Huang Tianbo was such a person. He could maintain 3 great Daos and increase his mental energy. This kind of person had raised his martial cultivation to the limit. He was meticulous and invincible. Seems like you are not a newbie. You know that I am the king of geniuses? Huang Tianhua's eyes moved. Then you can do more for me. Although you're the king of geniuses, you can't command the Hua clan, Hua Zhuxian said calmly. I have the bloodline of the fire god. How about that? Oh, you are the famous new genius who cultivated the Zhu Xian Great Tao, the king of the Great Tao, Hua Zhuxian? A voice was heard. There was another person next to Huang Tianhua. He wore green clothes and was also a young man. He was playing with a jade-colored Rui. King of geniuses, Feng Rui? Hua Zhuxian's expression changed. The man in front of him was another king of geniuses. He was also a descendant of the wind god, which was comparable to the fire god. Feng Rui, you are a descendant of the wind god. You are a brother of the fire god. Why are you making things difficult for me? No, no, no. I am not making things difficult for you. It is our king of geniuses who is doing things here. It is our king of geniuses who wants to use you. Feng Rui played with the jade scepter in his hand and said slowly. However, when he mentioned the mysterious king among kings, he was still very respectful and his expression was unusually solemn. King of geniuses. When Hua Zhuxian heard this name, he suddenly thought of someone and his body trembled. That great being is here too? He said, is he here too? Why is he here? Zhongli connected his soul to the system and searched for information about the king of geniuses. A piece of information appeared in his mind. Chapter 676. The geniuses of the Immortal Tower held a battle, and the champion of each test would be the king of geniuses. After countless tests, millions of king of geniuses would be born. Every once in a while, the king of geniuses would also hold a battle. That was the battle of the king of geniuses. The king of geniuses was a true expert, the son of all realms, the core of the universe. Not only did this person have great luck, but he was also invincible. He could fight against gods with a wave of his hand. He was known as the essence of the great thousand worlds, the gathering of the spirits of all things in the world. The king of geniuses chose the king of geniuses. It was held once every 10,000 years. This time, the king of geniuses was called Wan Qianxiu. Rumor had it that this person had only condensed 3 great Daos, but his cultivation base was invincible, almost on par with gods. This was the information Jiangli had found. The legendary king of genius kings had actually appeared in front of him, and there was a large group of king of geniuses guarding him. Clearly, something big was going to happen. What? Hua Zhuxian, do you feel honored that you're helping our king of geniuses with something? If this matter succeeds, you'll benefit a lot. Of course, there will be danger too. Huang Tianhua laughed. This is fate. What do you want us to do? Hearing that the king of geniuses was here, Hua Zhuxian immediately went from being unruly to being obedient. At the same time, he pulled Zhongli back, not allowing him to resist or say anything else. Zhongli searched for information on the king of geniuses and was secretly shocked. Just who was this Wan Qianxiu? He had only cultivated 3 great Daos, but according to the legends, he could fight against gods. It was a miracle among miracles. Even Luo Feng, who had cultivated creation, primordial, and primordial Daos, couldn't fight against gods. Even the weakest and trashiest god could defeat her. To rely on 3 great Daos to fight against gods, one had to cultivate the legendary king of great Daos, the king of geniuses, the great Tao of destiny. According to legend, the grand Tao of destiny traversed the 3 dimensions, space, matter, and life itself. It grasped all karma, and laws. It grasped the rise and fall of all living beings, and it ruled over the essence of all things. Just a single grand Tao swept through all grand Taos. Fortune, primordial chaos, primordial beginning, immortal slaying, these kings of the great Tao were the vassal kings, and the great Tao of fate was the true emperor, the one and only. Could it be? Wan Qianxiu cultivated the great Tao of destiny? Jiangli was secretly shocked. Although he hadn't created the infinite great Tao, he had the ambition to cultivate the infinite great Tao into a great Tao king like the creation great Tao. However, compared to the destiny great Tao, he still wasn't confident. The 3,000 great Taos were as numerous as flowing sand. 3,000 was just a general term that referred to endless. There were so many great Tao, and they were also divided into different grades. The Immortal Tower star field had a clear division. An ordinary great Tao, a transcendent great Tao, a terrifying great Tao. Then there was the king of the great Tao. Above the king of the great Tao was the great Tao of fate, the one and only Tao. Controlling fate was equivalent to controlling everything. Facing such a person, Zhongli still felt that he couldn't go against him. He could only go with the flow. Perhaps he could learn something from this person to perfect his infinite great Tao. According to the information, this person was stronger than Luo Feng and had more luck. He didn't say anything and just followed behind Hua Zhuxian, pretending to be a follower. Since you've agreed to work for our king, follow me. You're not the only ones who will work for our king. There are many others. Huang Tianbo waved his hand, and the chaotic gas in front of him formed a path. Vaguely, an ancient shrine relic appeared in the depths. The shrine relic was in the shape of a bell, covering the void. The shrine was broken, and there were bloodstains of ancient demonic gods on it. It seemed that an extremely intense battle had taken place here. This is the ruin we're looking for. Logically speaking, there should be many Chaos Bell demons around here, but it's empty now. They must have been wiped out by these people, Hua Zhuxian thought. You're lucky. Huang Tianbo ignored Jiang Li and Hua Zhuxian's mutterings. This time, our king has decided to take the temple and the primal chaos as a gift to a woman. This shrine is called the East Emperor Palace. Rumor has it that it's a treasure left behind by an extremely powerful Chaos Bell demon, who is also one of the 5 experts under Yuanshi. I also know the history of this immortal palace. Hua Zhuxian hurriedly said, back then, Yuanshi had many supreme deities following him to conquer all the worlds. Later on, Yuanshi disappeared, and those deities were wiped out by the powers of the worlds. Finally, all of them died. This immortal palace was left by East Emperor deity, one of the most powerful deities under Yuanshi's command. There's the blood and resentment of ancient deities and demons in the immortal palace, plus the everlasting curse left by East Emperor before his death. This broken immortal palace is drifting in the chaos. Sometimes it's hidden, sometimes it's revealed. This time, when East Emperor Immortal Palace reappeared, as long as someone entered it, he or she would have a chance to get the treasures of the ancient immortal palace. However, a long time ago, the powers of our immortal tower star area also saw East Emperor Immortal Palace and entered it. However, all of them were cursed. Some of them turned into ashes. Some of them couldn't make any progress in their cultivation. Some even became disabled. Even deities couldn't resist the resentment of ancient demonic gods and the curse left by East Emperor after his death. Brat, you know a lot of history. Huang Tianbo said with a smile. Look, our king is going to collect this broken immortal palace. How many king geniuses have we brought here? Hua Zhuxian and Jiang Li looked out, and sure enough, there were many people standing outside the palace. There were at least 100 of them. All of them were former king geniuses. These king geniuses were under the command of Wan Qinxiu, the king of kings. They had set up a large formation here and gathered together as if they were really going to collect this immortal palace. Every genius king was a master of destiny and cultivation base. Even in the infinite worlds and universes, they were the proud sons of heaven. As they gathered together, Zhongli could even see a solidified destiny that pierced through the primordial chaos gas in the wastelands and connected to the space-time outside. With the luck of these people combined together, it was almost indestructible, and no one could harm them, because each of them had the ability to turn misfortunes into blessings. Even if a god came to kill them, he might not succeed due to various reasons. Even if he encountered great danger, he might still benefit from it. There were such people in the world who were extremely lucky. No matter what happened, they would always be the first to benefit. Zhongli believed in one's luck. This was fate. He himself was a lucky person, or else he wouldn't be able to live until now. In this world, it wasn't how strong you were, but how lucky you were. Therefore, in the process of cultivation, not only did you have to improve your strength, but you also had to improve your luck. Increasing one's strength was simple. Increasing one's fate was extremely difficult. However, since ancient times, there was only one way to increase one's fate, and that was to gather the masses. For example, an emperor might not even be able to trust a chicken, but he had people surrounding him. His words were like gold and jade. He had the power to decide life and death, and he could confer titles to deities with a single word. This was the power of fate. Zhongli understood this deeply. Therefore, he created the human world with his own hands. His fate became thicker and thicker, so no matter what he encountered, it would be smooth sailing for him. However, these genius kings in front of him had stronger fate than him. They definitely had their own clans behind them, or they had other ways to increase their fate. Whoosh! Another expert landed. It was a woman with a slender figure and a pair of crescent moon-like eyes. She gave off a kind of charm. Hua Zhuxian was shocked once again. Genius King Yin Tianfo. She was a genius monarch, and her cultivation base was even higher than that of Feng Rui and Huang Tianbua. She also had a very strong destiny, as if she were an ancient god who could never be defeated. Yin Tianfeng glanced at Hua Zhuxian and Jiang Li and nodded. She said to Huang Tianbua, "You're not bad. You found 2 disciples with good luck in such a short time. Their luck is much stronger than the other disciples. I think they'll be able to share some of the ancient demon god's resentment and curse. However, we don't have enough people right now. You need to find more people with good luck." "What? Do you want us to share the resentment and curse of the ancient demon deities in East Emperor Immortal Palace with our good luck?" Hua Zhuxian asked as he changed his face greatly. He knew what was going on. Zhongli was also shocked. The huge East Emperor Immortal Palace in front of them was filled with deep resentment, and the curse was brewing in it. Those who didn't have great fate might be entangled by the curse when they saw this immortal palace. They might even die on the spot. Even if a deity came to collect this immortal palace, he or she would be cursed, which was very dangerous. The owner of the immortal tower had set up the chaos prison to imprison the ancient demonic deities. He didn't kill them because he was afraid that the curse of those demonic deities would entangle his body and weaken his fate. Now, even Wan Qinxiu, the king of geniuses, had to bear the rebound of the grievances and curses of the deities and demons if he wanted to take over the East Emperor Immortal Palace, open the restrictive spell, and gain treasures. Therefore, he gathered many king of geniuses and forcefully roped in many geniuses who had good luck in the training camp to share the curse. As for whether these people would die or not, it had nothing to do with him. As the saying went, a general success was built on thousands of corpses. "What? You don't want to?" Yin Tianfeng's eyebrows twitched, revealing a murderous aura. Jiang Li's body turned cold, not daring to act rashly. "It is your honor to serve our king. You have cultivated countless times in your past life to obtain this fate. This is a test. You will share some of the ancient demon god's resentment and curse, which will be added to your soul fires. It is also a kind of tempering. As long as you use your willpower and spirit to overcome the resentment and refine the curse, your cultivation will rise to a new realm. This opportunity is very rare." "What if we can't?" Hua Zhuxian asked. "Of course, we'll die, but it's not a pity. The Immortal Tower and the Genius Training Camp only want geniuses, not trash." Yin Tianfeng's tone became colder. Chapter 677. "Brother Hua Zhuxian, what should we do? These king geniuses want us to be cannon fodder. They will take over the entire East Emperor Immortal Palace, and we will share their resentment and curse. How could they think of this? Should we leave immediately? Should we summon the power of the system?" Jiang Li secretly communicated with Hua Zhuxian through their souls. In fact, they could leave if they wanted to. They just needed to connect to the system and send a soul wave back to the base camp. "No, it will be difficult for us to leave now. I can't connect to the system chip anymore. The connection between my soul and the system has been temporarily sealed. We've encountered a hacker attack. This must be the doing of these king geniuses." Hua Zhuxian smiled bitterly. "Is that so?" Jiang Li hurriedly used his soul to connect to the system. However, he realized that it was pitch black in front of him. He seemed to be imprisoned in a small black room. He couldn't connect to any layout, let alone teleport back. "Do you want to borrow the power of the system to go back?" "That's impossible. We have already sealed the system in this area. Unless you have a higher rank than us in the Immortal Tower's star field, you can only do things for us obediently." Yin Tianfeng's tone became colder. "I've already told you that this is a great opportunity. As long as you can do things for us, you will be honed. Perhaps after you succeed, our king geniuses will guide you in your cultivation. You will benefit immensely. I heard that there are a lot of treasures in the depths of the East Emperor Immortal Palace. Hua Zhuxian said, if you get the treasures, I hope that you can choose one of them because we will also contribute. This is the rule of the Immortal Tower's star field. We can distribute the treasures according to our contributions. As for how to distribute them, we can let the system calculate. The system's calculation is very fair. How dare you ask for such an exorbitant price? Yin Tianfeng looked at them with contempt. Who are you? How dare you negotiate with us? Seeing that you have a little bit of luck, we let you participate in our activities. How dare you be so picky? Are you tired of living? That's simply wishful thinking. Huang Tianhua also found it funny. All the magic treasures in East Emperor Immortal Palace are earth-shattering. You can't get them with your luck. Besides, we don't have time to talk nonsense with you. In short, take this talisman to the designated place and run your magic skill to add bricks and tiles to our formation. If you dare to be distracted, you'll die immediately. As they spoke, the two talismans fell into the hands of Jiang Li and Hua Zhuxian. Go! Yin Tianfeng waved her hand, and the two of them actually couldn't resist. They swayed as they landed on a high platform. This platform floated around the shrine, and there were two fixed positions. Once they landed on it, they wouldn't be able to leave. The surroundings were sealed with talismans. An invisible force was added to Jiang Li and Hua Zhuxian. Jiang Li's eyebrows twitched, and he felt his luck being absorbed by the altar. Damn it, these people are simply lawless. Does Awan Qinxiu really think he's invincible? Hua Zhuxian raged. He actually forcefully absorbed our luck to resist the curse. I'm a descendant of the fire deity after all. Yin Tianfeng and Huang Tianhua are so strong. If you fight them one-on-one, what are your chances of winning, Brother Hua Zhuxian? Jiangli, calm down. Don't worry. They aren't absorbing our luck. They're just gathering our luck to attract the curse when it breaks out. Look, there are more geniuses forced to come here. The surroundings of the shrine were densely packed with altars. Each altar had a circumference of around 1 mil. Some of the altars were empty, and some of the altars had forced genius disciples to come. Like Jiang Li, they were also imprisoned within, waiting to share the burden of the curse and resentment. A large number of geniuses were captured by these genius kings. According to reason, this was against the law, and the Immortal Tower Starfield's upper echelons would come to stop it. But seeing how these genius kings acted, Jiangli knew that they definitely had a way to escape the law. Although the Cosmos Sacred Lands claimed to be fair, no matter how just and orderly it was, there would still be inequality. Because equality was relative, not absolute. Absolute equality was a kind of inequality. Yin Tianfeng's strength is above mine. I'm still not her match. Hua Zhuxian didn't want to admit it, but he had to admit that these genius kings were all above him. Although he also had the ability to compete for this generation's genius king, the previous genius kings weren't easy to deal with. Especially when they were together with their king, Awan Qinxiu, they obtained a lot of benefits. However, it won't be easy for her to kill me. I didn't resist just now because they have the advantage in numbers. If it was just Huang Tianhua or Yin Tianfeng, I would have the confidence to win. Hua Zhuxian's sword energy rampaged. We can only bear with it now. However, I want to see what the Genius King's King of Geniuses, Awan Qinxiu, looks like. Jiangli was very interested in this person. I haven't seen Awan Qinxiu before, but rumor has it that he's a godlike expert. One can only see his head, but not his tail. Especially with his cultivation, no one can escape from him. There are even rumors that he will be like Yuan Shi in the future. Hua Zhuxian said. However, the Brainstar field also has a genius king like him. A genius king of geniuses, Jiangli said. That's right. The genius king of the universe's Brainstar field is very mysterious. Rumor has it that he will fight with Awan Qinxiu soon. Let's see who is the real king of kings. When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. Whoever wins will be able to steal the other's luck. Hua Zhuxian said, I want to see how far Awan Qinxiu can go. No. At this moment, another voice was heard. It was a young man, who was also a powerful existence in the genius training camp. He had been forcefully brought here and fixed on an altar outside, right next to Jiang Lihua's celestial slayer. I came here to gain experience, but you people actually captured me and robbed me of my destiny to resist your curse. This is a violation of the law. You will be punished. Do you know who I am? I am the descendant of exalted God. Even if you are the descendant of God, it is useless. A genius king transmitted his thoughts from afar. This time, our king promised the system to fight the genius king of geniuses from the brain star field. If he wins, the system will obtain a lot of the brain star field system's power. This is a matter of great merit to the heavens and earth. The system has given its full support. I see. Zhongli thought about it and understood why this group of people could do whatever they wanted, so that Wan Qinxiu was doing something that would bring great merit to the system, so he could offset his sins and not violate the law. More and more geniuses were captured. Zhongli actually saw Jiang Xinyue. She wasn't captured, but had volunteered to help the genius king of geniuses, Wan Qinxiu, and contribute her luck. Therefore, when Jiang Xinyue was brought here, the genius kings were very polite to her. To reward her, they gave her a few treasures and even gave her pointers on cultivation. Jiang Xinyue's cultivation was getting higher and higher. Zhongli knew that she was doing well in the Immortal Tower star field. She was careful and stable at every step. Gradually, she entered the eyes of some genius kings. Zhongli even saw Yun Tianfeng praising Jiang Xinyue. After an unknown period of time, many geniuses from outside were brought in one by one. The altars around the shrine were already filled with people. All of them were imprisoned. Some of the king geniuses were gathered around the shrine, seemingly praying. Welcome, genius king of geniuses. At this moment, a voice that reached the clouds resounded outside the abandoned temple. Zhongli sensed that the atmosphere was completely different. A will that was as heavy as water permeated the void, causing everything to tremble. It was as though his entire body was being seen through by someone, and even the depths of his will could not endure it. He had an urge to kneel down and worship. At this moment, it was as if a god had descended. But thinking about it carefully, it wasn't a god. It was an existence that was stronger than a god. It was like a baby tiger and an old dog. The old dog might be stronger than the baby tiger, but the baby tiger's nature was many times stronger than the old dog's. Rumble. Zhongli forced himself to use his will. He was incomparably strong and finally didn't kneel and worship. After that, he saw a young man appearing in the sky, high and mighty. This young man was wearing a long robe that was the color of primal chaos. It was as though he was the primal chaos and the primal chaos was him. There were no emotions in his eyes. His pupils were densely packed, and each of his pupils could be seen with a multiverse. His eyes seemed to contain the myriad worlds. Zhongli could even see the immortal world, the demon world, the martial world, and the dragon world in his eyes. It was as if this person had absorbed the essence of the myriad worlds, or rather, the miniature version of the myriad worlds. If Luo Feng was the son of the immortal world, then this person was the son of the myriad worlds. The myriad worlds acknowledged this person, or rather, the heavens will of the myriad worlds have been stolen by him and merged into the depths of his eyes. This person was the strongest existence. There was simply no genius that could compare to him. Zhongli felt his mind trembling. Facing this person, he couldn't help but prostrate himself in the depths of his soul. This was the aura of this person, an indisputable aura. He was an absolute monarch that could make anyone submit to him willingly. However, this aura was an eye-opener for Zhongli. Before he came to the Immortal Tower, he only thought that he was the strongest genius. Only when he came here did he realize that there were as many geniuses as he was. After seeing the King of Geniuses, he knew that he was lacking. Now that he had seen the King of Geniuses, he already felt that he was just an ordinary person, and the other party was the favored son of the heavens. However, this change in mentality made him more ordinary, and he had a clearer understanding of himself. Chapter 678. Wan Qinxiu, the King of Geniuses, had finally arrived. However, it was only for a short while. Then, he was shrouded in layers of fog, making it impossible for people to see his face clearly. Just a glance had left a deep impression in Jiang Li's heart. He seemed to feel the look of Liu Bang when he saw Emperor Qin. A real man should be like this. When Wan Qinxiu appeared, those famous genius kings all bowed their heads and were extremely respectful to him. This wasn't just respect on the surface, but it came from the bottom of their hearts. They were convinced of his superiority. Thus, it could be seen that Wanshincho's charisma was absolutely out of the ordinary. Could it be that this person has really cultivated the king of the great ways and is known as the #1 great way of destiny? It's said that this great way is impossible to appear. Once it appears, it will be the moment when the multiverse of the myriad realms will experience a major tribulation. It's hard to determine whether this person survived the tribulation or was born according to the circumstances. How could such a genius be able to compete with him? What's the background of the king of genius kings in the brain of the universe, star area? Could it be Wang Chao? It shouldn't be possible. If it was Wang Chao, the current situation wouldn't be like this. Moreover, Wang Chao is majestic. He wouldn't use these fake things to create the title of the king of genius kings. What's more, Wang Chao is probably the reincarnation of Yuanshi. Once he exerts all his power, he might be comparable to the master of the immortal tower and the master of the brain of the universe. Zhongli calculated and concluded that the king of genius kings in the brain of the universe, star area, was definitely not Wang Chao. Wang Chao should be a stronger existence. Rumble. Wanshincho was shrouded in fog. Suddenly, he launched an attack at the East Emperor Immortal Palace. First, a ray of light rushed out of the fog and turned into a rain of petals that fell on the Immortal Palace. The bloodstained Immortal Palace was stained by the petals. Suddenly, there was a desolate artistic conception as if it was the glory of the end of life. This was Wanshincho's cultivation base. What he displayed was neither magical power nor a martial art skill. It was a kind of artistic conception that could dissolve the bitter resentment. It was a kind of expiation. Those flower petals were not magical symbols, nor were they condensed from psychic power. They were not physical objects, but rather a sort of transcendence that came from ancient times. They were not real, nor were they illusory. Previously, the East Emperor Immortal Palace was full of resentment. Anyone who entered it would never be able to return. However, after this round of expiation, the resentment started to be dissolved while the Immortal Palace gave out a gentle chi. However, the door of the shrine was still tightly shut, and there were many ghastly cracks on it. Eternal Millennium in a single palm. Wanshincho's voice came from within the fog. A gigantic palm stretched out from within. It was pure white and sparkled like jade. Lines could be seen on the surface of the palm. They seemed to be threads of karma. Red threads were mixed with fate. The palm didn't make too much noise. It was like a mist or a mirage. After that, it slowly came to the top of East Emperor Immortal Palace. Then, it grabbed down gently, as if the owner of East Emperor Immortal Palace was picking up his belongings. What kind of realm is this? In Jiang Li's opinion, no one would be able to resist this hand. After all, this was the hand of the Sovereign Lord, the hand of the heavens. Any magical item it grabbed would be considered its master. Each movement of Wanshincho didn't depend on the strength of one's spiritual energy or vitality, but the realm of the realm. Unintentionally, it was the true meaning. The realm was ever-changing. It seemed that Wanshincho had reached a realm where he could do whatever he wanted. He was the creator. He was the god who created all the worlds. Concept, every move, every movement. I have never felt that a concept is so important. How can a concept reach such a level? Zhongli seemed to have realized something. Actually, Zhongli had already known the importance of the realm when he started to learn martial arts. Any martial arts needed the support of the realm. Otherwise, it would be hard for one to make great achievements. However, strength and strength were equally important. Now, Wanshincho had developed his martial arts to an indescribable realm. He had used the pure realm of the realm to distort reality. This kind of great Tao cultivation method completely surpassed the Great Emperor's seal. The Great Emperor's seal, the Dream Seal, could only confuse the difference between reality and dreams. But now, Wanshincho was much more domineering. Whatever he wanted was what he wanted. Everything changed according to his thoughts. The real material world was his thoughts. Could this be the great Tao of destiny? Zhongli seemed to have some ideas. His 10 laws were void, life, oblivion, fate, center, human, struggle, enigma, rebirth, shattering. Although he had successfully condensed these 10 laws, they were still lacking in terms of realm. There were areas that could be improved. Besides that, the next 11 laws seemed to be on the verge of appearing. Wan Qinqiu's appearance gave Jiang Li a lot of inspiration. Perhaps only such an outstanding genius, a king among kings who far surpassed the secular world, will be able to stimulate Jiang Li. Jiang Li's mind was wriggling. Firstly, the law of void had a profound change. Originally, void meant reality. Emptiness. Emptiness is non-existence. Emptiness is nothingness. When emptiness is added together, there is no nothingness. It represented the material world. But now, when Jiang Li saw Wan Qinqiu's hand, he knew that there was a big loophole in his idea. He didn't understand what the real material world was at all. What he thought was the truth was overthrown one by one. At this moment, his cultivation base had reached a new level. The law of void was broken and reassembled. Next, all the other laws were broken and reassembled. After a series of changes, the gaps between the laws became larger, more flexible, and could contain more energy. Of course, the essence of the laws didn't change. It would take a period of seclusion to comprehend the 10 laws again. Rumble. When Jiang Li was comprehending it, Wan Qinqiu's huge hand had already grabbed the East Emperor Immortal Palace. The East Emperor Immortal Palace started to shake violently. The miserable screams of hundreds of millions of demonic deities reverberated from inside. Wisps of black chi seeped out of the palace. They were all powerful immemorial resentment curses. Even Wan Qinqiu couldn't resist the eruption of these immemorial resentment curses. In an instant, that jade-white hand turned pitch black like ink. However, Wan Qinqiu flicked his finger. The pitch-black resentment curses on the huge hand dispersed in all directions. Pitifully, the moment these curses were bounced off, they drilled back like maggots. You guys, activate the formation and absorb these immemorial resentment curses. At this moment, Wan Qinqiu started to execute his plan. Many surrounding king geniuses roared as they activated the formation. A powerful spiritual energy impacted Wan Qinqiu's palm, instantly pulling away those immemorial resentment curses. Bang! Those immemorial resentment curses turned into thousands of black smokes and rushed towards each of the king geniuses. There were even more immemorial resentment curses flying towards Jiang Li and the other ordinary geniuses. Many ordinary geniuses of the genius training camp were captured. These geniuses were used to absorb and disperse those immemorial resentment curses. Everything was within Wan Qinqiu's control. He let out a long roar as all the black smokes of immemorial resentment curses on his arm were bounced off. However, those immemorial resentment curses couldn't be eliminated. Even if they were bounced off temporarily, they would still cling onto him. Of course, those immemorial resentment curses were still constantly consuming Wan Qinqiu's essence chi. However, the moment they bounced off, Wan Qinqiu activated the formation once again. All the black smokes that were bounced off were absorbed by the formation and turned into thousands of strands. All of them were absorbed by the other king geniuses and ordinary geniuses. This was the power of the crowd. Be careful, the immemorial resentment curses are coming. Hua Zhuxian had been waiting for a long time. Since he couldn't escape this time, he could only brace himself and come forward. Jiang Li was already waiting. He saw black smokes descending from the depths of the sky. Even though there was only a trace of the immemorial resentment curses on his body, if he couldn't defend against it, he would die immediately. The black chi soared through the air, and in just a flash, it had already latched onto Jiang Li's soul fire. In an instant, Jiang Li could sense that there were many ancient devil gods appearing in the depths of his soul, howling and devouring his will. He let out a long roar. One could see many demonic gods tearing at his flesh, devouring his essence chi, and absorbing his soul. All he could do was to ignite his soul fire and burn them one by one to get rid of the immemorial resentment curses. However, how could the immemorial resentment curses be dispelled so easily? If they could be refined so easily, they would have long been taken away by others. Wan Qinqiu wouldn't have created such a huge scene. Thankfully, Jiang Li only had a trace of the immemorial resentment curses on his body. If there were any more, he would have died instantly and turned into a demon. Indeed, I can't dispel this immemorial resentment curse. If I could dispel it, my strength would definitely increase tremendously. However, it's a pity that I can't refine this curse at all. I can only suppress it within my body. No, I have to refine this immemorial resentment curse and reignite my soul fire to a new height. Zhongli couldn't refine this immemorial resentment curse for the time being. However, he couldn't allow the demonic god's resentment curse to devour his life essence. Therefore, he had to open up the seal and seal the immemorial resentment curse. Seal. Dream of 1,000 years. He opened up the Emperor's dream imprint and suppressed his cultivation state completely. His essence chi was condensed into life essence to prevent the demonic god from taking it away. At the same time, a gigantic seal was opening up within his body. He had to seal the immemorial resentment curse. At this time, Hua Zhuxian was also entangled by the primordial resentment curse, but he was clearly more relaxed. The primordial resentment curse was entangled in the depths of his soul. Suddenly, a flame rune burst out from his body, completely enveloping the primordial resentment curse, burning it with crackling sounds. This wasn't his strength, but the fire god's rune. Chapter 679. I came here to enter the East Emperor Immortal Palace and search for treasures. Therefore, the fire god gave me a talisman to defend against the primordial curse. Hua Zhuxian resisted the attack of the primordial curse with the talisman of the fire god. However, it was too early for him to be happy. Seeing that he resisted the first trace of the primordial curse, another stronger curse descended, causing him to be entangled in black qi, causing him to scream. Zhongli couldn't do anything at this moment because the black qi was wreaking havoc in his body. Just as he sealed a trace of the primordial curse, another wave of curse entered his body like what happened to Hua Zhuxian. The curse was green in color and had various distorted faces. Another layer of resentment had been added to the curse. At this moment, Zhang Li's body started to emit various smells as if it was going to rot. This was the power of the curse. However, the primordial curse was still suppressed by Jiang Li and couldn't break out. Jiang Li couldn't expel it out of his body either. It was equivalent to burying a time bomb in his body. If more and more curse entered his body, he wouldn't be able to resist it. The power of the curse broke the seal in Jiang Li's body and started a rampage, wanting to destroy everything in Jiang Li's body, causing great damage to Jiang Li's essence chi. I don't believe that the primordial demon deity's curse can't be suppressed. Jiang Li was infuriated. He started to gather all of his willpower to comprehend the realm, to resist the primordial curse. The primordial curse eroded his willpower and soul, consuming Jiang Li's essence chi. In this case, Jiang Li had to comprehend the profound theory in order to eliminate the curse with his own willpower. If Jiang Li were to raise his cultivation to the extreme at this time and meditate in silence, he would definitely be able to destroy the primordial resentment curse. His cultivation would also rise by a realm. Unfortunately, the primordial resentment curse seemed to be constantly robbing his body of essence, energy, and spirit, restricting him instead. It was an existence like a parasite. Jiang Li struggled to resist. All of a sudden, the primordial resentment curse seemed to have triggered something mysterious in Jiang Li's body. All the primordial curses seemed to have found a delicious piece of flesh and blood. They swooped in, completely forgetting to plunder Jiang Li's essence. Jiang Li immediately regained his senses, and his spirit became relaxed. After this round of fighting, he was drenched in sweat, but he felt that he had survived a desperate situation, and great joy rose from his heart. However, he soon felt new change. The primordial curse had actually entered the tear of God in his body. That day, he had obtained the tear of God, and Luo Feng had obtained the blade of ownerless. However, Jiang Li had not been able to refine the tear of God. He could only hide it in his body and wait until he was strong enough. However, the curse from the primordial fiend celestial had deeply stimulated the tear of God, causing it to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. The tear of God was the purest essence left behind by the god when he was extremely sad. It was extremely pure, and when one's emotions were at their peak, life and soul were at their strongest. This liquid was extremely sacred, and it carried the god's sorrow, anger, and sorrow. The moment the primordial curse entered it, the tear of God emitted a gentle light that enveloped all the primordial curses, and they began to fight each other. This is a good chance. It seems that I'm really lucky. I haven't been able to refine the tear of God, and now I've encountered the primordial curse. This curse is equivalent to a catalyst that melts the tear of God. Once the tear of God is melted, I can completely absorb it. What's even more amazing is that the two fuse together to form a brand new energy. Perhaps I can really comprehend the 11th nomological law according to the incantation. In the battle just now, Zhongli had once again comprehended the profound principles. Moreover, as the primordial curse and the tear of God fused, a new wave of mental power seeped out and entered Zhongli's body. His mental power was rising steadily, and it was no longer an invisible existence. Instead, it had condensed into a kind of incantation. That's right, the 11th nomological law. I'll use the incantation as the foundation, and that will be the law of curses. I want to create a fundamental incantation, a general outline of all curses. Zhongli absorbed the tear of God and the primordial curse. Immediately, it was equivalent to the will of many gods teaching him about the incantation, or perhaps they were imparting it to him. This way, his understanding of the incantation had reached an unbelievable level. A blessing in disguise. This was purely a blessing in disguise. Even the gods could not absorb the primordial curse and had to get rid of it. However, the tear of God contained the extreme emotions of the gods and was equivalent to a type of primordial curse. It was just that it was the essence of the positive side, so the positive and negative sides canceled each other out. Instead, it produced a kind of neutral and peaceful spirit. This kind of spirit was a rare, neutralizing force in the world, and it was very beneficial to anyone. It was even more effective than Zhongli directly absorbing the tear of God. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Zhongli's soul fire seemed to have been poured with a lot of oil, and it began to erupt again. The flames sizzled and appeared in all sorts of colors. First it was golden, then it was scarlet, and finally it was light green. As it rotated, it seemed to fill the universe and drown the world in flames. This meant that his mental energy had greatly increased. Originally, Zhongli's soul fire had the strength of 20 great Daos, which was 20,000 dimensional units. But now, after absorbing the tear of God, his mental energy rose steadily. 21, 22, 23. It was almost impossible for ordinary experts to increase their cultivation. At his level, it was almost impossible to increase even a little bit, because that was beyond the limit. But now, everything was so simple. This was because the primordial curse was originally the resentment of countless demon gods, and it wanted to absorb their essence, energy, and spirit. And the tear of God was also the essence, energy, and spirit of the ancient gods. When those demon gods saw the tear of God, they were like flies that saw blood, and they all came to absorb it. This was equivalent to helping Zhongli refine the tear of God. What Zhongli needed to do now was to harmonize the aura of the curse and the tear of God and make them both neutral and peaceful. During this time, his cultivation gradually entered a state of emptiness, neither yin nor yang, an extreme yin and extreme yang. He was rapidly calculating and comprehending its profundities. In the process of comprehension, it was like he had received the blessing of countless ancient demon gods. Moreover, the curse contained the battle wills of countless ancient demon gods. At the moment of death, the battle wills converged into the curse. If anyone could comprehend the curse, they would be able to control the battle wills, and from the battle wills, absorb the experience and turn it into their own martial arts. Moreover, this battle wills were not imparted to you by ordinary gods. The battle wills and the curse were the strongest attacks of the gods at the moment of death. When their life was at its strongest, it was the essence of martial arts. This essence was something that could only be encountered, not sought. Only the tear of God could neutralize this curse, allowing Zhongli to control the curse of the fallen gods. This curse was something that even one Qianxiu couldn't resolve. After all, he wasn't a god. The curse of the fallen gods was something that even the master of the immortal tower didn't want to touch, because it would damage his luck. Awesome, this is awesome. My infinite godly fist, infinite great Tao, and nomological laws have been deduced to 11. The law of curses, incantations, are the source of all techniques and the key to activating all power. Incantations were the key. To cultivate power, one needed incantations. To release power, one needed incantations. To concentrate, One needed incantations. Incantations were indispensable, and they were very mysterious. They were the bridge between power and power. Wu Jiangli's first rune was formed. This rune was a curse, and it was twisted. It was unknown what shape it had, but it represented the highest secret between gods and demons. What was a god? What was a demon could be revealed in the incantation. Gods, demons, incantations. Following which, as Jiang Li's mental strength grew, the incantations were created one after another, turning into a river of eternal sand. This was the strongest law among all the laws, because it was the essence of countless demon gods. When one law was gathered, the number of runes reached 90 million. Almost 100 million. 100 million meant infinite. The tier of God continued to melt. Jiang Li's mental strength reached 30,000 dimensional units, equivalent to an expert with 30 great Daos. At this moment, Jiang Li had mastered the law of curses. Now, he had even started to condense the 12th rule. This rule actually had enough structure, but this was not because of his intelligence. With his current intelligence, it was impossible for him to master the curse rule, and it was even more impossible for him to deduce the preliminary structure of the 12th rule. This was the intelligence of the ancient demon gods. The 12 laws were built on the foundation of the law of curses. They were the laws of language, called the God language laws. Language was communication. What did all things rely on to communicate? That was language. The highest level of language was the God language laws. The God language laws contained the skills to communicate with all things and the void. Incantations, curses were one aspect, and so was language. When incantations and language were combined, they formed the strongest incantation. The 11th law was the law of curses, and the 12th law was the God language laws. As Jiang Li obtained more and more ancient demon gods' resentments, his intelligence became more and more profound. That intelligence gathered into inspiration, and inspiration began to create laws. This was equivalent to writing a peerless essay. Essays were created by heaven, and the hands of a genius came across them by chance. Comprehending and creating laws was the same. It required tribulations and inspiration. One tribulation, one law, one inspiration. Bang! Countless voices and voices converged into a single law. He had mastered the God language laws. He had succeeded in the 12th law. Then, Jiang Li once again saw the fall of the gods and demons in the primordial resentments. One god after another encountered tribulations. These tribulations were accompanied by the fall of the gods and demons. All living beings would encounter tribulations. Jiang Li would also encounter tribulations. Some people would ascend when they encountered tribulations, while others would die when they encountered tribulations or encounter something worse than death. Tribulations were opportunities, but they were also disasters. As he observed the tribulations of the gods and demons, Jiang Li seemed to have found a deeper mystery about tribulations. Although he had mastered the infinite divine fist's infinite calamity in the past, his understanding of tribulations wasn't very deep. It was just a superficial understanding. Now, after absorbing the primordial resentment and seeing countless gods and demons encounter tribulations and fall, he had a new understanding of tribulations. Tribulations were fate, and tribulations were luck. With this enlightenment, the 13th nomological law was in the process of brewing. That was the tribulation, the law of tribulations. Jiang Li had obtained the greatest benefit from obtaining 3 nomological laws in a row during this operation. Chapter 680. There were a total of 13 laws. The 13th law of the infinite great Tao had taken form. Emptiness, life, oblivion, fate, center, human, struggle, enigma, rebirth, shattering, curse, godly language, tribulations. The combined power of these 13 laws was 3 to 5 times greater than before. Apart from that, Jiang Li's intelligence and calculation abilities had also greatly improved. However, he had no clue about the 14th law. If he could continue like this, his infinite great Tao might really be able to achieve minor success. Up until now, his infinite great Tao needed to reach 100 laws in order to be on par with the Grand Tao King. There was still a long way to go. However, even if he comprehended 100 laws, it would only be on par with the immortal execution Great Tao, creation Great Tao, primordial Great Tao, and primeval Great Tao. It might even be a bit weaker. It was absolutely impossible to surpass these Grand Tao Kings unless he could create a great merit that would affect the order of the myriad worlds. Only then could his infinite Great Tao reach a certain level. Apart from that, if he wanted to be on par with the Grand Tao of Destiny, he had to be like Yuan-Shi. He had to be a leader or encounter a great opportunity, such as making the human world the #1 in the myriad worlds, refining the myriad world celestial sphere, or even doing something even more magnificent, such as destroying the entire world and creating a new one. Fortunately, he had now cultivated the limitless Great Tao into the Great Tao King, which was a great achievement, because he was the person who created the Great Tao King. This kind of person, in the unseen world, had extraordinary wisdom and was far more powerful than those who followed the rules. Because he had created the Grand Tao King, his comprehension of laws and cultivation had seeped into the very source. This kind of wisdom was the most important thing. Every existence who created the Grand Tao King was an earth-shattering overlord. The tear of God continued to absorb the primordial curse. The power of both the curse and the tear of God began to fuse into Jiang Li's body. Jiang Li's mental force rose steadily. 31,000 units, 32,000 units. Just like that, he broke through the limit and grew without end. This growth was like a huge explosion of life. Since the beginning of the cultivation era, Jiang Li had never experienced such a huge explosion. It seemed like Wan Qinxiu wasn't absorbing his karmic luck, but increasing it for him. Jiang Li knew that although Wan Qinxiu's luck was very strong, he had forcefully gathered countless geniuses and king geniuses. He had also broken the laws of the immortal tower. This way, it would be very damaging to his luck. Jiang Li took advantage of this opportunity to steal the providence of the genius king before him. Rumble. Finally, the tear of God was refined. Jiang Li's mental strength also stopped at 40,000 dimensional units. He was equivalent to an expert with 40 Great Tao. Moreover, he had cultivated 13 nomological laws. His strength had increased to a terrifying level. Just a moment ago, he wasn't Hua Zhu Xian's match. But now, he could kill Hua Zhu Xian instantly. Hua Xianzhu was no match for Jiang Li. The tear of God had been refined, and the primordial curse that had been coiling around Jiang Li's body had been completely removed. There are no new primordial curses gathering on his body. This was because all the primordial curses had been shared by those geniuses and king geniuses. At this moment, Wan Qinxiu, the king geniuses, was forcefully opening the East Emperor Immortal Palace. Once the primordial curses were removed, various restrictive spells would appear. Once the restrictive spells were broken, the treasures in the East Emperor Immortal Palace would fly out and become Wan Qinxiu's possessions. East Emperor was an expert under Yuan-Shi in the past. He was an existence that had surpassed the gods. Although he wasn't as powerful as Soul Emperor, he was comparable to Omnipotent Emperor and Heavenly Emperor. The magic treasure shrine and the essence of his life that he had left behind were definitely extraordinary. This time, it was worthwhile for Wan Qinxiu to obtain these treasures, even if he had to sacrifice his karmic luck. As long as he could get his hands on the treasures and digest them, his karmic luck would increase greatly once again. Additionally, no one would be able to contend against him. All of a sudden, the entire East Emperor Immortal Palace erupted with dazzling brilliance. The restrictive spells on the East Emperor Immortal Palace were forcefully refined by Wan Qinxiu. Wan Qinxiu had unleashed his true Great Tao, the Great Tao of Destiny. As expected, Jiang Li saw a path of nothingness appearing in the sky. This path carried the destiny of all living beings, the destiny of heaven and earth, the destiny of myriad realms, and the destiny of space-time. When this Great Tao appeared, densely packed ancient gods appeared in the depths of the sky. These ancient gods sang glorious hymns together, praising the miraculous destiny. Miraculous destiny, miraculous luck, miraculous tribulation, miraculous karma, everything revolved around Wan Qinxiu. All the glory, abilities, laws, and praises were born because of Wan Qinxiu. At this moment, he was the absolute ruler of the universe, the king of the universe, and the king of space-time. No one could match him. He was the absolute center. His words were the truth. Everything he said would change according to his words. Even gods had to obey his arrangements. Gods were just his servants. The Father of all living beings, the Father of gods, the Father of heaven and earth, the Father of time. One Qianqiu's will was spreading out, indicating that he was the Father of everything. This kind of intent was absolute confidence. Zhongli couldn't possibly have such thoughts. He felt that all living beings were equal, and that all living beings were grand existences. Every living being that came to this world was dependent on fate. Every fate was essentially the same. It was just that the way it manifested was different. Just like water and ice, and also steam. In essence, they were all water. It was just that because of various fates, they manifested in different ways. Gods and ants were both products of status and fate. But in essence, they were all life forms. It was also because of the differences in fate that they manifested in different forms. In Zhang Li's view, gods and ants were actually the same. They both had to experience life and death. Life and death were like a play. Humans were all humans, but the roles they played were different. His and Wan Qianqiu's ideals were fundamentally different. However, he couldn't pose any threat to Wan Qianqiu at all. It was impossible for the two of them to have any interaction. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. Even if Zhang Li's cultivation base had reached 40 great laws, he couldn't touch Wan Qianqiu's hair at all. After digesting the primordial grudge curse, Zhang Li secretly observed Wan Qianqiu's great Tao of destiny. This great Tao was very useful to him. The wisps of profound meaning of destiny existed in his mind, allowing him to gain a lot of experience. It seemed that Zhang Li had obtained the inspiration of the 14 great laws. However, it was still impossible for him to cultivate the 14 great laws by himself for the time being. He could only gain various inspirations by watching Wan Qianqiu's fight with the restrictive spell of East Emperor Immortal Palace. Finally, numerous inspirations converged, and he comprehended the universal laws. Woo woo woo. The brilliance of East Emperor Immortal Palace was suppressed. Even the will of this immortal palace couldn't resist the great Tao of destiny. The restrictive spell inside made a sobbing sound. Wan Qianqiu maintained the intent realm of being the father of all living beings. As he operated the great Tao of destiny, it became stronger and stronger. Each time it vibrated, a deep crack would appear on the East Emperor Immortal Palace. Crack, crack. Finally, the East Emperor Immortal Palace couldn't hold on any longer. Shocking cracks appeared on its surface. Zhang Li's heart stirred. It's going to explode. Sure enough, the moment his heart stirred, the East Emperor Immortal Palace exploded. The entire Immortal Palace exploded into countless fragments, completely breaking away from Wan Qianqiu's great Tao of destiny. Subsequently, boundless radiance shot out. The magic treasures in the Immortal Palace were actually flying everywhere. They broke away from Wan Qianqiu's control and fell into the hands of countless geniuses on the scene. Good, a good opportunity. Wan Qianqiu's suppression is too strong. The East Emperor Immortal Palace launched its final counterattack and offset Wan Qianqiu's luck. Therefore, these magic treasures fell into the hands of those who wanted to eliminate the primordial grudge curse. Zhang Li was overjoyed. This was his chance. All the magic treasures in the depths of the East Emperor Immortal Palace flew out and fell into the hands of countless geniuses. He wanted to see who had the greatest fortune and could obtain the most powerful magic treasure. Swish, swish, swish. There was simply no one who could stop those beams of light. The situation was incomparably chaotic. Zhang Li could see that within the meteor-like beams of light, there were sabers, swords, books, spheres, and all sorts of magic treasures. Every single one of them was emitting powerful spiritual energy. What valuable magic treasures are there? I just want the most powerful one. Zhang Li's mind stirred. He didn't want to snatch the magic treasure. Instead, he entered a lifeless and indestructible state. He didn't want the magic treasure, but could obtain the most powerful one. Z. As expected, such a state of mind attracted more magic treasures. In a split second, a powerful magic treasure radiance landed on his body. It was a rune with heavenly wind and thunderbolts on it. It was very ancient. However, the spirituality of this magic treasure didn't have any self-will. It was purely calculating the will of the heavens, like an optical computer. What a powerful magic treasure. I wonder what it is. Before Zhongli could react, another magic treasure had landed. This time it was a flag. There was a painting of a heavenly palace on the flag. There were also many celestial beings floating in the air and flames soaring. This was a magic treasure from the immortal realm. Good. Another powerful magic treasure. Jiang Li's heart remained unmoved. His spiritual energy instantly spread out. He didn't want more magic treasures, only the core ones. Ding dong. At this moment, his spiritual power sensed a magic treasure, and this magic treasure directly fell into his hands. It was a small bell that looked exactly the same as the one in the immortal palace. This is the natal magic treasure of East Emperor, or the dominator formed by the last primordial spirit of East Emperor. However, I haven't figured out the secret of this thing. I'd better leave this place first. I've obtained the most valuable magic treasure. Also, the situation is very chaotic. Wan Qinqiu didn't notice it at all. When I return, he won't be able to trace it back to me. Zhongli laughed. Ha ha ha. At this time, Huan Mortal Slayer laughed maniacally. Wan Qinqiu wanted this immortal palace, but he made a mistake. It exploded and the magic treasures flew everywhere. I got a total of 5 magic treasures, all of them priceless. Come on, let's get out of here. Zhongli also saw many people get their magic treasures and disappear, especially Jiang Xinyue. Some of the powerful magic treasures entered her body, but she didn't disappear. She seemed to be waiting for something. Zhongli instantly knew what she was thinking. After getting the magic treasures, her first reaction was to leave. Now that Wan Qinqiu's barrier was gone, everyone could teleport away. But she didn't want to leave. She wanted to hand over the magic treasures to gain Wan Qinqiu's favor and trust. That was her choice. However, Zhongli would not choose this path. His body moved, and he also disappeared. Chapter 681. Fleeing after obtaining something good had always been Jiang Li's principle. This time, he had obtained 3 magical treasures, a talisman from the lightning world, a command flag from the immortal world, and a fist-sized bell. His harvest was immense, especially the last one. He had long since divined that it was the most exquisite of all the magical treasures. He absolutely could not let Wan Qinqiu or any of the other geniuses under him discover it, or the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. Of course, it was also possible that Wan Qinqiu would calculate it after the fact. However, so many people and the genius kings had obtained treasures. If Wan Qinqiu found them one by one, how big of a commotion would it cause? These geniuses all had powerful forces behind them. Once the commotion was set off, even the owner of the immortal tower would not be able to suppress it. The law does not punish the masses. Moreover, Wan Qinqiu had broken the rules of the game. Even though he had learned the great Tao of destiny, he had not achieved much yet. It was basically impossible for him to cover the sky with one hand. Zhongli disappeared, and so did Hua Zhuxian. Then, they left the abandoned land and came to the cave abode of the genius training camp. Brother Zhongli, after he calmed down, Hua Zhuxian looked at Zhongli in shock. He realized that Zhongli's cultivation had far surpassed his. What was going on? He could not believe his eyes. To test if what he saw was real, he pointed with his finger and a ray of sword chi shot out. It was a killer move, but it was clearly a test. Whoosh! When the sword chi reached Jiang Li's body, it was first wrapped up by a dense layer of true chi. With a slight movement, the sword chi disappeared without a trace. You can dissolve my immortal slaying great Tao, sword chi? What level is your cultivation now? Hua Zhuxian was finally sure that he was not dreaming. It's just a coincidence that my psyche force increased dramatically. Zhongli did not want to mention the reason for the increase in his cultivation. If the news of the tier of gods being in his hands got out, the Hong clan would definitely not let it go. Although all of them had been refined by him, the Hong family had expended so much energy and effort only to end up with nothing. It was very likely that they would fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill him. Hua Zhuxian was a smart man. Looking at Jiang Li's expression, he knew that there was a secret, so he didn't ask further. Instead, he said excitedly, "What did you get this time?" "I obtained a few top-notch magic treasures, a divine sword, a divine saber, and a bottle of divine pills." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 3 magic treasures appeared in his palm. The sword and saber did not seem very magical, but the bottle of divine pills shone brightly. The medicinal power seeped out from the bottle, and it seemed to have the ability to bring someone back to life. What kind of magic weapon is this? Zhongli was also quite curious. I've also obtained a few. Why don't you let the system identify them? I was just about to let the system appraise it. Hua Xian moved slightly, and a ray of light shot down. It was a gentle red and purple light that shone on the treasure. He used chaos coins to activate the power of the system. In the Immortal Tower star field, the power of the system was everywhere. Anyone who obtained a magic weapon and didn't know how to use it, how to refine it, or how to control it could use the power of the system to appraise it and see what it was. The system was omniscient and omnipotent. It could even trace back to the source and know the origin and usage of any magic weapon. The light shone down, and the information of Hua Xian's 3 magic weapons appeared one by one. Demon Slayer Sword, Sin Martial Saber. The combination of saber and sword can destroy the source of the martial world and the demon world. It was made by the deity of the celestial world, Sinsi Immortal. Sinsi Immortal is an ancient deity of the celestial world. After he joined the East Emperor, he conquered the world and became ferocious. He used extremely tyrannical methods to make this saber and sword. The sword kills, and the owner of the saber is evil. Its combat power is very strong, but if one's cultivation is not enough, controlling the saber and sword will cause one to fall into the endless sea of killing. So it's this pair of treasures. Hua Xian shuddered. It seems that I can't control these 2 treasures. It's better to sell them. If I sell this saber and sword, I can definitely get a good price. What's in that bottle of pills? Zhongli was more interested in this. The Heaven and Earth Primal Pill was made by the East Emperor. He used the essence of ancient medicines, his own god fire, the quintessence of the gods, and the heavenly will of many universes to form this bottle. Each pill can strengthen the soul fire, improve psyche, and unlock wisdom. It can also make one's will more sensitive to the many dimensions and increase the speed of energy absorption. In addition, the talismans and the nomological laws of the Great Tao contain godliness, which can increase one's lifespan and power. Not only did Zhongli marvel at the introduction, but Hua Xian's eyes also lit up. Increase lifespan, unlock wisdom, and add godliness to the Great Tao and the nomological laws of the Great Tao. Especially the last point, which was even more important. For example, if 2 people simultaneously cultivated the same Great Tao, the Ghost God Great Tao, and had the same cultivation and psychic power, but one of them consumed the pill, the Great Tao would gain godliness, making it 10 times more powerful than ordinary Great Taos. Godliness was like a halo of support, a miraculous thing that contained the power of eternity. This was somewhat similar to the status of people. For example, if both of them were 18 years old and had the same martial strength, but one of them was an ordinary civilian while the other was the son of a high-ranking official, their status would be completely different. Perhaps the latter could make the former disappear with just a word. This was the difference. The origin pill of heaven and earth actually has this kind of benefit. If you take it for a long time, it will have a miraculous effect, Zhongli said. Looks like you've struck it rich. Brother, let's see what you got. Hua Xian was also very interested. Zhongli flipped his hand and spent some primal chaos coins to get his flag and talismans appraised. 9 Heaven's Righteous Lightning Talisman, said Hua Xian. It can command all lightning, created by the Thunder God King of the immortal world. With this talisman, you can absorb any lightning. Once you refine it, your attacks will be imbued with the power of 10,000 lightning bolts. You'll be able to communicate with the essence of the lightning world and use a portion of its essence. This talisman is one of the 9 great lightning world talismans. The 9 great lightning talismans are 9 Heaven's Righteous Lightning Talisman, Shao Lightning Talisman, Hung Lightning Talisman, Void Lightning Talisman, Origin Lightning Talisman, Shi Lightning Talisman, Dao Lightning Talisman, Longevity Lightning Talisman, and Fortune Lightning Talisman. When all 9 are combined, you can control a portion of the heaven's will of the lightning world and become the ruler of the lightning world. In ancient times, the Thunder World King resisted Yuan Shi and was killed. The 9 great lightning talismans were scattered in the depths of the heavens, their whereabouts unknown. This was the effect of the system's appraisal of the talisman. Holy shit! Hua Xian's jaw dropped. You actually got something like this? Countless people in the lightning world would go crazy to get their hands on this talisman. This talisman is worth more than all the other talismans I've gotten. It's a supreme, godly weapon controlled by the essence of the lightning world. Let me see what this command flag is. Zhongli appraised it once more. Birth command flag. This is an offensive or defensive magic treasure, but a nurturing magic treasure. It's used to plant immortal grasses and nurture all sorts of spirit herbs. It was meticulously refined by the alchemy ancestor of the immortal world. Any spirit herb planted, as long as the birth command flag is waved, the nurturing chi within will seep out. Not only can it speed up the growth of the spirit herb, it can also increase its quality by 10 times. Another peerless magic treasure. Hua Xian was practically salivating. It's actually a birth command flag refined by the current alchemy ancestor. With this flag, you can even make a fortune growing spirit herbs. Moreover, in our immortal tower Starfield, there are countless experts proficient in concocting pills and growing herbs. Especially the alchemy gods faction, and the medicine gods faction. According to what you've said, I've made a fortune, haven't I? Zhongli was very interested in the birth command flag. Although it wasn't useful to him, if it was sent to the human realm, it could grow all sorts of spirit herbs on a large scale and exchange them for other resources. In this way, the economic strength of the human realm would increase by hundreds or thousands of times. In the immortal realm, the alchemy god was a legendary figure. Although he wasn't as powerful as the few great emperors, he was number one in planting and refining medicinal herbs. The current alchemy god in the immortal tower Starfield was merely his junior. Therefore, his birth command flag was a treasure that nobody could refine, including the owner of the immortal tower. This magic treasure had the magical effect of nourishing yin and yang. Moreover, it had the principle of the growth and decline of all things. As for the third magic treasure, the small bell, Zhongli didn't take it out. He was afraid that it would cause a disaster. This item was the essence of the East Emperor Immortal Palace. It might be related to Yuan Shi. Once it was spread out, he might be chased by Wan Qinqiu. You've indeed made a fortune. Hua Xian smacked his lips, but this time Wan Qinqiu went for wool and came home shorn. Everyone benefited, except him. This time, he wanted to use our luck to resolve the primordial resentment curse, but he didn't expect that he would be the one to distribute his luck to us. With his strength, do you think he'll settle the score and take back all of our treasures one by one? Zhongli was worried about this. Humph! Preposterous! He forced us to absorb the primordial resentment curse, said Hua Immortal angrily. We were geniuses, and all of us had great luck. But he forced us to do it alone, and now we're on the receiving end of it. That's a lesson for us. If he dares to do it again, he will be acting against the heavens. No matter how great his luck is, it will be wiped out. By then, he will vanish into the crowd and die. I don't believe he can't see this clearly. That's the truth. However, this time, he lost both his wealth and his people. He also carried a bad reputation and became a laughingstock for all eternity. This was a huge mistake, so his luck was damaged. You should be thinking of ways to make up for it, Zhongli said. Reputation was also a part of luck. Wan Qinqiu's reputation was grand. He was even more powerful than a god in the eyes of others. He was almost omnipotent. The reputation of the people formed his luck. However, this time, he had gone for wool and come home shorn. He had forced everyone, and now he was filled with resentment. Now that he had failed, his reputation had plummeted, and his fate had naturally declined. If he didn't find a way to salvage the situation, he would most likely suffer a disastrous decline. This was a fatal blow to those who cultivated the Tao of Destiny. Luck was an important part of the Tao of Destiny. The law of luck was the first law of the Tao of Destiny. It was also the king of the laws. Zhongli wanted to see how Wan Qinqiu would recover his reputation and luck. Chapter 682. I can sell the 9 Heaven Righteous Thunder Talisman to someone else. What price do you think I can get for it? Zhongli was ready to distribute the resources. No matter what Wan Qinqiu did in the future, it wasn't safe to leave the treasures in his hands. He might as well convert them into combat power. Thinking about it, if he sold this thunder talisman in exchange for an increase in his mental strength, or if he could cultivate a new law, the 14th law, his strength would increase, and he would not be able to take away the things that belonged to him. He could give up the treasures, but not his cultivation. You want to sell the 9 heaven-righteous thunder talisman? You really can give up anything. Hua Zhuxian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After a long while, he opened his mouth slightly. You're a man who does great things. You only focus and walk in your own direction. You can give up on everything else. This is the meaning of greatness. Great perseverance, great ambition. No wonder your achievements are always above mine. Even though I cultivated the immortal execution great Tao, I'm not your match. You surpassed me in an instant. There are a total of 9 talismans in the hands of powerful people. I can't collect them all. Besides, I have no intention of becoming the king of the Thunder World. Rather than keeping these talismans, I might as well sell them. Jiang Li said, do you have any good ideas to sell them for the highest price? There are many experts who want to be the ruler of a world, especially those from the Thunder World. They dream of having these talismans. If I don't sell them at a high price, how can I face myself? This talisman can only be used by people with great luck. Without enough luck, wanting to be the ruler of a world is just courting death. I feel that my luck and strength aren't enough to be the ruler of a world. Jiang Li's words were wise. High status and ambition must be matched with corresponding ability. Otherwise, there would be disasters. At least for now, Jiang Li couldn't be the ruler of a world. There are many people who want talismans. Putting aside the people from the Thunder World, there's a thunder god in the immortal tower called Lei Zhou. He had a talisman in his possession, but he was short of a lightning talisman. Even in his dreams, he wanted to obtain a second lightning talisman. He had posted a reward on the internet, saying that anyone who could find information about the talisman would be granted 3 wishes. Not to mention selling the talisman to him. Hua Zhuxian searched on the internet. If I make a deal with Thunder God, I will definitely be squeezed dry by him because I am not strong enough. Jiang Li thought for a moment. Brother, how do you think we can make a fair deal with him and get a good price? I'll go back and think about it. Hua Zhuxian said, if we trade with Fire God, we can definitely sell it for a high price. But Fire God is my ancestor. I can't even see him, let alone ask him for help. I'm afraid I can't do it. Thunder God has a bad temper. If I ask him for a high price, he might beat me up. I can't go online right now, in case Wan Qinqiu comes knocking on my door. Jiang Li, let's discuss this matter in detail. All right, you have obtained these good things. You should digest them and increase your strength. That's right. I'm going back now. I'm going to sell the sword as well. I need to take the heaven and earth essence pill to strengthen my great Tao. Hua Zhuxian bade farewell to Jiang Li. Then, he slightly moved and disappeared. Jiang Li activated the power of the system and was about to stabilize the little clock. However, at this moment, his cave mansion shook again. A woman appeared. Without looking, Jiang Li knew that it was Luo Feng. You went to the abandoned land and were forced to absorb the resentment chi by Wan Qinqiu. In the end, the East Emperor Immortal Palace exploded. Wan Qinqiu got nothing, but everyone who was forced to get a magic treasure. Luo Feng obviously knew about the earth-shattering things here. Yes, I got a positive thunder rune and a cultivation flag. Jiang Li told him about the 2 magic treasures. These 2 magic treasures are both peerless divine artifacts that never appear in the world. Luo Feng's eyes flickered. Obviously, the 2 magic treasures were quite shocking to him. It seems that you have gained a lot, but I heard that Wan Qinqiu was furious. You have to be careful. I want to ask. I'm going to sell the positive thunder rune. Can you find a safe channel to sell this thing? Jiang Li thought that Luo Feng was knowledgeable and resourceful. He should be able to find a way to make a fortune. You want to sell the positive thunder rune? Luo Feng said, I think you should sell it to Thunder God, but he can't offer a good price. Thunder God is a very stingy person. He will only exploit you. Unless your strength is equal to his, he won't discuss any business with you at all. You refined the tier of God? Your strength has improved so fast. You've actually cultivated 13 laws? That's impossible. Even if you refine the tier of God, you should be an expert with 3 grand Daos at most. How come your psychic power is higher than mine? Also, you've condensed 3 more laws in the blink of an eye. That's a huge calculation. It's just a blessing in disguise. I fused the primordial resentment curse and the tier of gods together, allowing me to obtain the experience of those ancient demon gods when they fell and sublimated my martial Tao. Relying on that wisdom, I was able to cultivate 13 laws. Of course, this was also because that one Chinchio, for some reason, forced us, causing the heavens to be angry and the people to resent him. This shook his destiny, causing his destiny to be given to me, allowing me to continuously advance. I now understand a certain truth. Even if a person is born with a tyrannical destiny, they can't act recklessly. They must be even more cautious, advancing step by step. That's true. Luo Feng listened to Jiang Li's analysis. Wan Chinchio's destiny is too strong. Even though I'm a child of the world of immortals, I still can't compare to him. But if he tries to go against the flow, his destiny will slowly wear away. At that time, I can seize his destiny and strengthen myself. All right, Jiang Li changed the topic. I need to sell the righteous lightning talisman. Can you find a good seller and sell it for a good price? I'll buy it, Luo Feng said. We've been working together for a long time. You know I'm a child of the world of immortals, and I know you're Jiang Li, the founder of the human world. What can you give me? Jiang Li asked. Don't ask me what I can give you. You should tell me what you need, Luo Feng said. Also, I don't just want the righteous lightning talisman. I also want your breeding flag. No, I won't give you the breeding flag. I have to give it to my human world, Jiang Li said. Right. Have you refined the ownerless blade? You can open the node to the myriad world's celestial sphere. If you can, I'll send the breeding flag over. That way, our human world can grow thousands of times stronger. You're really sparing no effort in building your human world. Fine, I'll buy your righteous lightning talisman. If I sell it to the Thunder World, I'll get 10 times the profit. Luo Feng said. Forget it. Just tell me what you need. I need to comprehend 7 laws on my own. Jiang Li said. I need to comprehend 7 more. If you can help me comprehend 7, I'll give you the righteous lightning talisman in exchange. 7 laws? You're not joking, are you? Luo Feng said. It's extremely difficult to comprehend the laws of your Tao. Even if I work with the origami and use the system's godly power, I might not be able to help you comprehend 7 laws. Once you obtain the righteous lightning talisman, you'll be able to control part of the Thunder World's heavenly will. If you gather all 9 talismans, you'll be able to become the ruler of the Thunder World, the king of the Thunder World. That's equivalent to controlling the Fortune Jade plate in the immortal world. Jiang Li said, Isn't a treasure of this level much more valuable than my laws? That's true. However, this is a serious matter. I'll have to discuss it with the origami. She also hopes to obtain all the talismans and control the Thunder World. If she can control the Thunder World in the future, she'll be able to break free from the control of the master of the Immortal Tower and become the 3rd sacred land in the universe. With the snap of a finger, Luo Feng sent a series of messages through the system, which were transmitted to the hands of a supreme entity. Jiang Li was waiting for the message. However, while he was waiting, there was a commotion outside. Then, a voice was heard. Yi Jin, hurry up and come out. I have something to tell you. As soon as the voice was heard, crackle, 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 the entire cave was destroyed. The restrictive spells were destroyed one after another. It was like an egg being smashed by an iron hammer. This was simply wanton destruction. This kind of destruction was equivalent to breaking the rules of the genius training camp and the laws of the Immortal Tower. However, this was just how wanton destruction was. Jiang Li saw one person. It was the king of geniuses, Huang Tianhua. He was the powerful being that Jiang Li met the other day. He was the servant that was extremely respectful to the king of kings, Wan Xinqiu. So it's the king of geniuses, Huang Tianhua. Jiang Li appeared from the cave. With a point of his finger, a surge of energy was emitted and the cave was pieced back together. The place that Huang Tianhua destroyed was restored to its original state. In fact, it was even sturdier than before. You destroyed my cave the moment you arrived. That's a violation of the law. Do you want me to report you to the higher-ups to punish you? Punish me? Huang Tianbo laughed. I've never been punished by anyone before. No one can punish me. You're gravely mistaken to say that I've violated the law. You're the one who has violated the law. Being disrespectful in front of me is a crime punishable by death. What do you want by coming to find me today? I haven't settled the score with you for forcefully looking for me in the chaotic gas. Zhongli was very confident now. This was because he was strong enough to crush the king of geniuses, Huang Tianbo. With the spiritual energy of an expert with 4 great Tao and 13 nomological laws, he was confident that he could defeat any king of geniuses. You already know the answer. Huang Tianbo said, Speak. What treasure did you get? Hand it over. This time, everyone has to hand over their treasures. Otherwise, all of you will die. Chapter 683. You guys are too domineering. When Zhongli heard Huang Tianbo's murderous words, he frowned deeply. This is an action that will damage one's own destiny. If this is what Wan Qinxiu wants you to do, then hasn't he learned his lesson yet? This time, he forced us to do it, and he has already damaged a lot of our luck. Impudent. Pa! Huang Tianbo heard Jiang Li's evaluation of Wan Qinxiu, and his killing intent surged out like a cold wave. Then, his hand appeared on Jiang Li's face. A slap flew over. The slap contained a palm technique that contained surging waves. If it was the previous Jiang Li, he might not have been able to dodge it. After all, the other party was a king of geniuses and a king of the older generation. He was strong and had great luck. He also relied on experts and was extremely arrogant. God Wave Palm. Jiang Li saw it and knew that it was a long-lost martial art, God Wave Palm. This palm was a water path secret technique. The god sea churned. However, he had learned the great emperor's watermark in his early years and could control all water in the world. Now, his infinite god fist contained the great emperor's watermark, and he had reached the acme of perfection. He had long seen through the flaws of Huang Tianbo's God Wave Palm. Just as the slap was about to reach him, his body wriggled and a layer of ripples appeared on his body. This was the fortune water ripple. The moment the God Wave Palm landed on it, it sank. Huang Tianbo was shocked to find that when his palm was 1 inch away from Jiang Li, it couldn't go down no matter what. 1 inch was like the distance between the heavens and the earth. It was like he had struck the starry sky, and the power dissipated, disappearing into the boundless. Then, Jiang Li started to counterattack. His counterattack was swift and fierce. He took a step forward and punched. The punch was very straight and didn't have any tricks or changes. However, it went straight to the other side. Wong. A whirlwind swept out from his fist. The whirlwind spread out majestically, and the surroundings were filled with calamity winds. It was as if a calamity had descended upon the world, wanting to sweep away everything in the world. Then, the wind carried fire, and the wind aided the fire. The tribulation fire and karmic fire also burned in all directions, wanting to sweep the world clean, leaving not a trace of filth behind. Fist like wind, fist like fire, fist like water, fist like sky. With this punch, Jiang Li had infused all of his cultivation into it. It was like a sublimation of his martial arts. Punch in the blink of an eye. Huang Tianbo was shocked. He did not expect Jiang Li's counterattack to be so fierce. Who was he? He was the king of geniuses that had risen above countless geniuses. He had experienced countless battles and was practically invincible. Not a single genius king could be underestimated. Faced with Jiang Li's punch, even an expert with 30 or more great Tao would die in 1 hit. But he wouldn't. His body was retreating, and as he did so, his palms bulged as if he was blowing wind. Then, he embraced the world and the universe. Between his brows, an essence of fate bloomed. A bright light shot out from his back like a divine pillar that supported his majestic body. Fate Divine Fist. At this time, his fist technique was like a god. His fist energy was spiritual, and his arms were like the tail of a divine dragon. As they collided, it was as if the god of fate had walked out from the depths of the primordial times. His fist didn't strike directly, but instead opened and closed like a claw. As he swallowed and spat, it was as if the entire universe was breathing. The frequency of his fist's breathing had already become one with the universe. Fate was one with all living beings, and all living beings were one with the universe. Nature, karma, and all living beings were all connected by invisible bonds. Two fists collided. Infinite Divine Fist and Fate Divine Fist. They collided in the air. Jiang Li's body shook, but he didn't retreat. As for Huang Tianbua, he flew backwards. His clothes were torn apart, and his hair flew in the air like a lion. Fate Divine Fist. Jiang Li took a step forward and said, "You haven't cultivated the great Tao of fate. You've only learned an empty shell of the Fate Divine Fist. I thought that the Genius King was very powerful. It turns out that you're just copying someone else's knowledge. How disappointing. I didn't expect you to have reached such a realm. It seems that you've really benefited a lot from our operation against the East Emperor Immortal Palace." Huang Tianbua's hair fell back, and he regained his composure. He had suffered a small loss in this fist strike, but it wasn't a serious one. However, this was still a humiliation to him. Given his status, he was high and mighty, and yet he had been forced back by an ordinary genius disciple. Although he felt insulted, he didn't immediately attack like a madman. Instead, he calmed down completely. His eyes were deep and calm, like an ancient well. He was in an absolute state of ice. When Jiang Li saw Huang Tianbua's state, he immediately knew that the Genius King was indeed the Genius King. He was always calm and wouldn't be affected by his temporary loss. Such people were the most terrifying. They would never lose control of their emotions. That's right. I've learned an empty shell of the Fate Divine Fist. But you haven't even cultivated the great Tao. Your realm is still far from it. Just now, I underestimated you. Next, you won't be so lucky. Huang Tianbua took 3 steps forward like a crab, domineering and tyrannical. Whoosh! He flickered and flew like a crab or a butterfly. He approached Jiang Li again. This time, he didn't use the Fate Divine Fist, but his own martial art. His martial art was purely a wave. Each attack would resonate with the essence of heaven and earth. It was a mysterious great Tao, the Tao of Heavenly Wave. The Tao of Heavenly Wave wasn't the king of great Tao, but was also the condensation of 99 nomological laws. However, after Huang Tianbua had integrated a lot of divinity into this great Tao, it had actually mutated into the king of great Tao. As expected, Huang Tianbua is the king of geniuses. To think that he would be able to take the great Tao he cultivated to the next level. Although it is not as good as the great Tao I created, it is still outstanding. Jiang Li already knew about Huang Tianbua's background. He'd obtained the immortal demise great Tao and comprehended its profundities. He wanted to push this great Tao to the next level and become the king of great Tao with 100 nomological laws. Although Huang Tianbua hadn't succeeded yet, he was on the verge of success. Therefore, his cultivation base was terrifying. His attacks revealed his true strength as a king of geniuses. Whoosh, 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 his body turned into a whirlwind that twined around Jiang Li. His palms were like mountains, pressing forward wave after wave. Huge vortexes formed all around him. These vortexes didn't spread out, nor did they have any destructive power. However, they sucked in Jiang Li's soul and body, making it impossible for him to use his divine arts. It was a terrifying vortex. Heaven collapses, earth shatters, 7 great killer moves. In between his attacks, Huang Tianbua unleashed his ultimate Tao. With a hook of his palm, many runes appeared on his palm. With a spin, he had already unleashed the first move. Earth shatter. It seemed as though an infinite amount of earth was extending outwards. After that, many tectonic plates split apart. Floods, magma, and all sorts of tribulation dust gushed out from the tectonic plates. Jiang Li didn't dodge. Light shone from his body as the infinite divine fist had the power to uproot mountains and rivers. Every punch of his was forceful. No matter how ferocious Huang Tianbua's fist art was, he was able to counterattack. The two of them engaged in an unparalleled battle here. Heaven shatter. Huang Tianbua couldn't win after fighting for a long time. Once again, he unleashed his ultimate art. The blue sky above his head actually fell down piece by piece. This was an illusion, but it was also reality. He unleashed the phenomenon of heaven shattering. Jiang Li's eyes were like torches that could see through all darkness and nothingness. In the depths of his eyes, everything was real. He saw the truth. That was the truth. The profundity of the infinite divine fist third move appeared in his heart. That was the truth. The true truth of the great Tao. Infinite Divine Fist's third move, infinite truth. From a start, this move had been brewing in Jiang Li's mind. As his thoughts spread out, this move was like a spring. It immediately erupted, forming countless martial arts that finally transformed into this move. Jiang Li's body stopped moving. However, Huang Tian's attack had no effect on him at all. All attacks were illusory. Only he was the truth. The truth would always be the truth. It was impossible for it to be corroded by falsehoods. Time can wash away everything. A majestic voice rang out from Jiang Li's mouth. All falsehoods, under the baptism of time, will vanish like smoke. Only the truth will forever shine resplendently. Amidst this voice, Jiang Li's power erupted. His fists were like steel, indestructible. With him as the center, the power of his fists spread out in all directions. He was like an absolute saint, the king of heaven and earth spreading the truth. The speed at which he spread the truth was as fast as when he spread the theory of the freedom of souls. Rumble. Those fists were like iron fists of truth. They surged forth in all directions, like the wheels of history. Pung, pung, pung. In that instant, it was unknown how many punches Huang Tian took. He was almost flattened and flew backward, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Luck. He was defeated by me, so his luck seems to have gathered on me. After Jiang Li defeated Huang Tianbo with a single punch, he only felt a large amount of luck gathering on his body. Luck was formless and intangible, but could affect one's fate. It was invisible to the naked eye, but people with powerful souls could see the shape of luck. It was actually very simple to steal a person's luck. One just had to defeat them or take their wealth. Luck included fame, aura, mentality, external strength, many things. Huang Tianbo was defeated by Jiang Li, so he would suffer a psychological blow. His reputation would also be greatly damaged, and Jiang Li would replace him. In the pugilistic world, if a nobody wanted to become famous, the best way was to defeat a famous hero. This was a shortcut. After defeating a famous hero, fame, glory, and status would roll in. That was equivalent to obtaining the luck of a famous hero. After Huang Tianbo was defeated, a huge amount of luck flowed into Jiang Li. From now on, Jiang Li's luck is getting stronger and stronger. Unfortunately, it's still not enough to fight against Wan Qinxiu. Off in the distance, Luo Feng watched the battle with cold eyes. I want to become the ruler of the immortal world once more. I need to complete my plan and find the good fortune jade disc. Wan Qinxiu is my greatest enemy, because my destiny is something he covets. Unfortunately, I have no choice but to hide and push Jiang Li out to distract him. Chapter 684. In front of Jiang Li's cave abode, Genius King Huang Tian's body was in tatters, and he had suffered a crushing defeat. However, Jiang Li didn't kill him. Defeating this person was one thing, and killing him was another. Defeating him was just a small competition, but killing him was absolutely irreconcilable. Moreover, if he defeated this person, he would be able to obtain his fate, but if he killed him, he would be able to collect his resentment. Your strength is not bad, and your fist technique is even more unique. It seems like the great Tao is as deep as the abyss. I underestimated the people of this world. However, you have to hand over the magic treasure you obtained, because it belongs to the King of Kings. No one can take it away. If you don't hand it over, you will be seeking disaster for yourself. Huang Tian's body was in tatters, but he seemed to have consumed some spirit medicine. A powerful life force circulated within his body, and after a while, his body was restored to its original state. He didn't fight with Jiang Li again, because he knew that Jiang Li's current strength was above his. I obtained some divine elixirs. I have consumed them and refined them within my body. I can't hand them over even if I wanted to. Moreover, the laws of the immortal tower, Star Zone, state that items without an owner belong to whoever obtains them. Jiang Li naturally wouldn't tell the truth. You consumed the divine pills? That's fine. Once we capture you, our King of Kings will use the origin returning Tao art to refine the divine pill's essence chi from your body. Just you wait. Huang Tian's expression changed. I don't have time to fight with you here. I'll remember this. I still need to find other people to return the magic treasure. If some people voluntarily return it, they will be rewarded even more by our king. If they don't return it, the only path left for them is death." After saying this, he didn't wait for Jiangli to reply. He rushed up and disappeared. Jiangli shook his head. When he returned to his cave abode, he saw Luo Feng sitting cross-legged. "Why didn't you say anything just now?" Jiangli only needed one look at Luo Feng's face to know that she was scheming. "It's useless even if I speak up. That one Chinchio's aura is too strong." Luo Feng replied coolly, "I'm a child of an immortal world. If he noticed me, he would definitely try to absorb my destiny, and I would meet with tribulation. But you're different. You stole destiny from him, and your karma is now intertwined. Because of this matter, it is equivalent to you sharing his fate. From the perspective of fate, he has already viewed you as his enemy, and you can't escape. He cultivates the great Tao of fate, and it is unfathomable. He can divine all kinds of existences, especially you. Then what should we do?" Jiangli wanted to hear Luo Feng's opinion. "In all fairness, I want to absorb one Chinchio's destiny, but your level isn't high enough. Even though your psyche is as strong as mine, you can't sense some things. Moreover, I'm gradually absorbing the ownerless edge, and it's only a matter of time before I reach the primordial chaos and primordial beginning. One Chinchio won't let you go, but I can help you deal with him." Luo Feng didn't mince words. "You're hiding behind the scenes to fight with one Chinchio and push me out into the open?" Jiangli immediately understood what was happening. One Chinchio and Luo Feng were both existences with immense destiny. If they found out about the other, they would definitely try to steal the other's destiny and reach a higher realm. This was an unavoidable tribulation. It was like the struggle for hegemony. If there were only two feudal vassals left, they would fight sooner or later. That's right. You can gain countless benefits by fighting in the open. I'll support you fully." Luo Feng said, "Once I successfully cultivate the ownerless edge, I can set up a few things and secretly threaten Wan Chinchio. Wan Chinchio cultivates the grand Tao of destiny, and his calculations are flawless. As long as he can predict me, he'll know of your existence." Jiangli knew nothing about the grand Tao of destiny. "I naturally have a way, and so do you. After all, you have a world in your hands." Luo Feng said, "All right, let's discuss this again. Right now, we need to get rid of your righteous lightning talisman as soon as possible. That way, I won't be able to fulfill your conditions. But if you want to increase your cultivation as soon as possible, I can come up with a plan that's tailored for you. I'll guarantee that you'll be able to take another step forward. How about it?" "All right, I'll see your plan." In any case, Jiangli wouldn't act until he saw the rabbit. "All right, quickly use the ownerless edge to open a spatial node. I'll send the breeding flag to the human world. With this flag, the human world's strength will increase rapidly. There's no hurry now. Although the Immortal Tower is about to attack the human world, there's still a period of time. They're afraid that the people from the brain of the universe star field will interfere, so they're still scheming. Even if you send the breeding flag to the human world now, it'll be useless because there aren't any seeds for immortal herbs in the human world. Planting some trash, spiritual herbs will instead waste the herb ancestors artifact." Luo Feng had already planned it. Moreover, the human world doesn't have talent specialized in refining medicine. Coincidentally, I have a talent in planting medicinal herbs and refining pills under my command. I can go over and set up a company in the human world. How about joining the human world? You want your subordinate to enter the human world?" Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Luo Feng was plotting, but he couldn't refuse. Firstly, the human world was big. If it was a business group entering, there was no reason to refuse. This was also in line with the human world's philosophy. Secondly, Luo Feng's group entering the human world could indeed obtain a lot of benefits and speed up the construction. That's right. I also want your breeding flag because I happen to know some secret techniques of the herb ancestor. Moreover, I inherited a part of the herb ancestor's divine arts. If I cooperate with you, there will definitely be great benefits. Now that the Myriad Realms celestial sphere is expanding, the races of the Myriad Realms have descended, and the business opportunities are huge. However, the business opportunities are temporarily monopolized by the human world. I can't even get involved. Speaking of this, I can't help but admire your foresight and wisdom. You grasped that crucial point and cut off all means of retreat. Building a business platform. The people of the human world are all fierce and dare to fight. After destroying the first wave of the immortal tower, you established your prestige and expanded again. I have to take this opportunity to get involved. Otherwise, it will be too late when you truly become the human world, an independent universe. Luo Feng spoke the truth. He didn't hide or plot. Everything was an open plan. This showed the demeanor of the son of the celestial world. All right, tell me the details of the business contract. How are we going to split it? Zhongli asked. 50-50 with your human government, or with your limitless group. Luo Feng said, although you are the creator of the human world, the entire human world isn't your private property. The limitless group is yours. In the future, the human government will change, and there might be all kinds of fights. I think it's better to cooperate with your limitless group. There's no need for that. I will cooperate with the human government. I have the ambition to build the human world, and I don't care who the leader is. As the saying goes, success doesn't mean arrogance. I will directly donate the civilization flag to the human government. Because I am the creator, my dream is to build a huge human world. As long as I can achieve this goal, everything else doesn't matter. Other than that, the human government will cooperate with you openly and openly. Everyone will benefit from it. This way, everything will be balanced. If the limitless group only takes the benefits, it will cause congestion and cancer. Zhang Li's analysis was very good. Now, he didn't care about his own benefits. He had to look at the big picture. This would benefit him a lot. What he needed was balance. This was the vision of a creator, not an ambitious person. You are indeed a character. I have underestimated you. Luo Feng said, all right, I will now prepare the team and prepare the improvement plan for you. When the time comes, you just need to prepare the positive lightning talisman and the civilization flag. Go. I also want to comprehend martial arts in silence. Just now, I comprehended the infinite divine fist during the battle with Huang Tianbua and used the third move of the infinite divine fist, infinite truth. However, this move is only at the initial stage of creation. I still need to practice it again. Zhongli said, you're a martial arts genius. I have more confidence in pushing you to fight against Wan Qinxiu. As Luo Feng spoke, her body gradually became transparent. Finally, she disappeared into the void and merged with Su Konga. Zhongli actually didn't know when she left. This woman's cultivation base is getting stronger and stronger. If she really cultivates the grand Daos of primordial chaos and primordial beginning, then she'll be the king of the three Daos. With the ownerless blade as her nascent divinity, she really might be able to fight Wan Qinxiu. More importantly, she has a lot of hidden power. Zhongli let out a long sigh. Let's see how much benefit this girl can bring me. He immersed himself in the cultivation of martial arts. In the immortal tower, in a mysterious world, there was jade everywhere. It was no ordinary jade, but rather a type of jade that was similar to good fortune jade. Good fortune jade was the most precious jade in primal chaos before the creation of heaven and earth. According to the legends, the good fortune jade disc had been forged from good fortune jade. However, this world of jade wasn't a true good fortune jade. Rather, it was something that had been created by someone who had gathered primal chaos paleo energy and refined its quintessence to create something similar to a good fortune jade. Although it wasn't a true good fortune jade, it still had a certain elegance to it. It was an artificially created good fortune jade, and each piece contained the profundities of heaven and earth. It was a world that had been created by a single person. That person was no god, but rather a king among king geniuses. He was none other than Wan Qinxiu. Wan Qinxiu stood in the middle of the world, surrounded by king geniuses. There were more than 100 of them, all of whom were kneeling in front of him, offering up their treasures with both hands. My king, Yin Tianfeng said, dropping to one knee in front of Wan Qinxiu. Only a tenth of the geniuses are willing to hand over their magical treasures. The rest are unwilling. My king, how should we deal with them? Please issue a decree. Very well. Wan Qinxiu's face was as calm as an ancient well. He looked around at the world he had created and noticed that the sky was made of something similar to good fortune jade. It was so strong that not even a god would be able to break through it. His eyes flickered with the myriad of worlds, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. These people will be rewarded handsomely. I will personally give them lectures, and I will reverse their fate. Not even a god can do such a thing, but I can. I'm a king among kings of the great Tao, and I control fate. As for the rest of the geniuses, give them a deadline. They must bring back all their magical treasures. Actually, Your Majesty, the most important thing for us is to take back the core of East Emperor Immortal Palace, the heart of East Emperor Deity's body, and the bell. I don't know which genius got the bell. I'm useless and couldn't find out who it was. I couldn't see the scene clearly either, Yin Tianfeng said. The entire East Emperor Divine Palace was one of the 5 great treasuries of Yuanshu. Wan Qianqiu's voice was ethereal, without any majesty. His main body was clearly right in front of them, but they couldn't feel it at all. The East Emperor God was originally a monster transformed from a bell. After his death, the bell reverted to its original state. The first reason I opened the East Emperor Divine Palace was to touch it. Now that its whereabouts are unknown, someone must have deceived the heavenly secrets. However, I will calculate this matter myself and do it personally. You guys shouldn't interfere. Yes. All the king geniuses knelt on one knee. Chapter 685. Beep, beep, beep. In the genius training camp, Zhongli took out the small bell while calculating his martial arts. He patted it and paid many chaos coins to appraise it. The system's appraisal of artifacts was absolutely confidential. He believed that Wan Qianqiu wouldn't be able to break through the system's secret because this was the system's bottom line. In the abandoned land, the system could give him temporary convenience, but he didn't succeed. Instead, he lost his luck. In fact, this was the fairness of the system. If Wan Qianqiu could control the system of the Immortal Tower, then Zhongli wouldn't have any chance to struggle. He could just surrender. The other party was an invincible existence. Of course, if the system was controlled by someone and had selfish motives, then it wouldn't be far from collapse. As expected, the power of the system was invincible. It immediately appraised the small bell, the body of the East Emperor. The power of the system began to gather. A lot of information was transmitted to the depths of Jiang Li's mind and contacted his soul directly. The body of the East Emperor God under Yuanshu. The East Emperor God went through countless demon god wars and died, leaving behind this body and the undying will of the East Emperor. This bell is in the chaotic abandoned land. As long as you refine the body of the East Emperor God, you can seize the powerful body and transform into the East Emperor. Apart from that, this bell also has the ability to reflect, calculate changes, and stimulate wisdom. If you can summon this bell during cultivation, your wisdom will definitely increase. Your mind will be clear, and you will be able to expand your spirit to the limit. It also has another effect, which is group attack power. Once this bell rings, it will have a decisive effect on the battle between the two worlds and can weaken the enemy. After a series of introductions, Zhongli finally understood the profoundness of this bell. This bell was the original body of the East Emperor God. Apart from being able to form an incarnation, it could also calm the spirit during cultivation and guard against the invasion of external demons. That wasn't all. If there was a war between the human world and other worlds, this bell would come in handy. It could make a sound and weaken the power of all living beings in a world. If this bell is used with the West Emperor drum, I will be almost invincible in the entire world. Another message appeared in the depths of the system. West Emperor drum? Zhongli had an idea. He knew that this West Emperor drum was definitely something that could stimulate the courage and vigor of all the soldiers in his world. That was because in history, war drums had always been used to boost morale. Beating the drums and making the heavens tremble, blood boiling, this was the spirit of war. However, there were still many profound aspects to this bell, especially after refining it. One would be able to obtain Dong Huang's inherited memories, the essence of martial arts, and all kinds of wisdom and experience, allowing one's cultivation base, knowledge, and worldview to reach a whole new level. This was what Zhongli needed. In Dong Huang's life, he had followed Yuanshu to conquer the myriad worlds and the ancient chaotic space-time. It was unknown how many experts he had met. His cultivation experience and mandate were the most abundant. This was a formless spiritual wealth. Whoever obtained it would be able to ascend to the heavens with a single step. Right now, Zhongli didn't need the power of the infinite worlds, but he needed the knowledge of these experts. In order to create the infinite great Tao, the knowledge of the paramount gods was very important. With his current level of intelligence, he wouldn't be able to create the infinite great Tao. But if he could obtain Dong Huang's life experiences, as well as his understanding of the path of martial arts, it would be equivalent to Dong Huang helping him in his enlightenment. That way, he would be able to create at least 10 more laws of the infinite great Tao. From the 13th to the 23rd, they all formed the foundation. That was exactly what Zhongli needed. Unfortunately, although he knew what it was, he couldn't assimilate it. This bell was far more difficult to assimilate than the tier of gods. But once he did, not only would he have an invincible magical treasure, but he would also have access to Dong Huang's knowledge. Zhongli had an invincible magical treasure in the past, and that was the Grand Emperor Serira. In some ways, the Serira was the strongest of all. It had monarch godhood, and not even Dong Huang could compare to it. After all, the Heart Emperor was the #1 Grand Emperor in the immortal world. Although he wasn't as strong as Yuan Shi, he was second only to him. The Heart Emperor's cultivation base surpassed Dong Huang's. Unfortunately, Zhongli hadn't gained enlightenment of the Grand Emperor Serira. Instead, he had given the Heart Emperor's memories to Dream Kite. It was all part of his plan. Dream Kite was a descendant of the Heart Emperor, and with her Grand Spirit Nitrogen Meridian, she would definitely be able to access the Grand Emperor's memories. When the time came, Zhongli would be able to share it with her because it belonged to the human world. How can I assimilate this bell of the East Emperor? Zhongli frowned deeply, but there was nothing he could do. He followed the usual refinement method and sent his divine telekinesis into the bell. However, as soon as his divine telekinesis touched the surface of the bell, it was blocked by an invisible force. He had no idea what the world inside the bell was like. He used all sorts of methods, such as burning, freezing, and splitting it open. None of them could move it at all. It was obvious that he couldn't damage the East Emperor bell with his ability, let alone assimilate it. Do I have to return to the human world and borrow the power of the Serira again? That's not impossible. The human world is about to face a great calamity. I have to go back too. However, I'll see what Luo Feng can give me now, Zhongli thought to himself. Whoosh! He felt a wave of soul consciousness, so he hid the little bell. As expected, there was someone else in his cave abode. It was Yi Wushuang. The lady was unusually beautiful, and her expression was elegant. She had an otherworldly vibe. She was neither a fairy nor a goddess. Instead, she was a transcendent being. Yi Wushuang did not have divinity on him. It was a very strange attribute. Zhongli could not tell either. Initially, he thought Yi Wushuang was just a powerful being. Now that his cultivation base had increased, he realized many things that he could not see clearly before. You obtained some treasures from Wan Qianxiu. Did you defeat Huang Tianhua in the battle earlier? Yi Wushuang asked as soon as he arrived. Yes. Zhongli was still a member of the Yi clan. Naturally, he would not rebel against the Yi clan. He still had to rely on the Yi clan to do many things in the future. I obtained the Righteous Thunder Talisman and the Breeding Flag. However, I'm working with Luo Feng. She's going to sell them to me because I want to use her to protect the 2 treasures. Luo Feng. Yi Wushuang's eyes flickered. Don't worry. The treasures you obtained are yours. It's the Immortal Tower's law. The Yi clan won't ask you to hand them over. Moreover, you have the ability of a genius king since you defeated Huang Tianhua. Your cultivation base, at that moment, Yi Wushuang seemed to have seen through Jiang Li's cultivation base. How did your cultivation base increase so many times? What exactly happened to you? Luo Feng and I worked together to obtain the Tear of God from the Desolate Starfield. Coincidentally, when Wan Qianxiu was fighting for the treasure, he managed to neutralize the primordial resentment. After refining it, my cultivation base rose to my current level, which is why I was able to defeat Huang Tianhua. Zhongli spoke the truth. In any case, he had already absorbed the Tear of God, so it didn't matter. I didn't expect you to have such an encounter. Yi Wushuang was finally moved. It seems like you're really someone with great luck. I can't believe you obtained the birth flag. The righteous thunder talisman is fine, but it's difficult to combine the 9 talismans. Our Yi clan's ancestor is the wood god. He's a plant spirit. The birth flag is a treasure created by the medicine Tao patriarch of the immortal world. It's very helpful to our wood god. However, the wood god doesn't need your flag. What if he just wants to borrow it? The wood god won't mistreat you. I'll bring you to the wood god now. I'm from Yi clan, Jiangli said. It's nothing even if I give him the flag. He was just saying. In reality, the wood god would not want his things. A god had his dignity, so he would not snatch his underlings' treasures. If this got out, not only would it damage his reputation, but it would also put everyone in the clan in danger. Moreover, those geniuses would be killed. A clan like that would not last long. Even a regular politician understood that, let alone a god. Since the wood god wanted to borrow the birth flag, Jiangli could not resist it. He might as well give it to the wood god, and he might even be rewarded by it. That's great. You're still a disciple of the Yi clan. Let's go. I'll bring you to the wood god. Yi Wuxuang waved and teleported, covering Jiangli. He then activated the system's teleportation ability. Jiangli was secretly shocked because he could not resist Yi Wuxuang's wave at all. One could tell that Yi Wuxuang's ability was still above his. One must know that Jiangli's combat ability was on par with Tao powerhouses who were above level 30, because his spiritual power was 40,000 dimensional units. Teleportation, system teleportation. Jiangli felt like he had entered a forest as wood energy rushed at him. When he opened his eyes, he saw a green world before him. In the endless starry sky, a giant tree appeared in the middle of the world. With the tree as the center, there were branches and leaves that were at least tens of light years long. The tree was the world, and the world was the tree. This is our wood god's kingdom, where the Yi clan's patriarch lives. Let's go to the top of the tree and meet the wood god. Yi Wuxuang brought Jiangli to the tree world and rose rapidly. Each step took them tens of light years, and they arrived at the tree crown. The dense branches and leaves made it impossible for Jiangli to enter at all. However, Yi Wuxuang waved, and all the branches and leaves dispersed. The leaves were the size of a cattail leaf fan, and they formed many patterns and talismans naturally. As long as one leaf was plucked, it would be an absolute treasure. Jiangli recalled the ancient Huaxiao legend. Taishang Laojuan's banana fan and gourd were plucked from the vines of Mount Kunlun. It was the same here. The leaves and branches were filled with fruits. There were gourds, many fruits, and spiritual herbs. Then, Jiangli saw an old man in green sitting in the deepest part of the forest. That was the wood god. Chapter 686. This is the wood god? Jiangli's first impression when he saw the wood god was that he was not a god. He had seen the corpses of many gods, gods from a martial world, immortal world, and dragon world. Even in death, their divine might still overflowed into the heavens. He had also seen a flame god, unfathomably powerful. He could burn the void, and when he breathed, heaven and earth would be incinerated. However, the wood god was just an ordinary old man at the moment. There was no power on him at all. He was just exuberant and green. If one did not look closely and sense it with one's soul, this god was just a blade of grass. Greetings, wood god. Yi Wuxuang bowed lightly. Jiangli knelt on one knee and bowed to the wood god with Yi Wuxuang. Since it was a god, then it had the qualifications to be worshipped. Jiangli was a humble person. In front of a powerful being, he could show his reverence. On the boundless path of cultivation, there were many things that were worthy of reverence, and a god was undoubtedly one of them. Wuxuang, is this the young talent that you mentioned? The old man, the wood god, sat still and looked at Jiangli. Yes, he's the young talent that our Yi family took in. Although he's not of the Yi family's bloodline, he's loyal to us. This time, he obtained the breeding flag from the depths of the East Emperor Divine Palace by chance. It's a supreme divine weapon refined by the herb ancestor. Yi Wuxuang said, I've heard from you that we cultivate the Tao of wood. If we can get the breeding flag, we'll definitely be able to improve further. The great world that you refined is the world tree. If we reach the most crucial step, we can fight the fire god. The breeding flag has finally appeared. The wood god's old man was a little moved. He looked up at the sky and only spoke after a long while. I understand now. I see. Wan Xinqiu opened the East Emperor Divine Palace, and use your providence to remove the ancient grudge curse. However, it went against the rules of all living beings. Therefore, providence rebounded, benefiting all of you. This man is a talent, but it's a pity. Wan Qinxiu seems to be trying to force everyone to hand over their magic treasures. However, there are too many people. It is impossible to turn them over one by one. Yi Wushuang smirked coldly and said, "This brat's cultivation base is almost invincible, but he doesn't know the principle of gathering people and being kind to others. If he goes against everyone in the world, his luck will definitely weaken." "Wushuang, do you really think so?" The wood god shook his head and said, "If that's how you interpret it, then you're gravely mistaken. Wan Qinxiu is the first person to obtain the Grand Tao of Destiny. If he doesn't understand how to be kind to others, then what qualifications does he have to obtain the title of King of Grand Tao Kings? This is one of his plans." "Setup? What is he planning?" Yi Wushuang was shocked. Now that his reputation has dropped, his luck has dropped as well. This is clearly hurting others without benefiting himself. What's the point of doing that? He cultivates the Grand Tao of Destiny. The Grand Tao of heaven and earth can't be deduced with common sense. Moreover, the Grand Tao of Destiny gathers everyone's fortuitous encounters and reverses fate. However, what he's doing now is actually an almost heaven-defying ambition. He wants to break free from the shackles of the Grand Tao of Destiny, transcend fate, reverse the God Tao, and surpass everyone in history, including Yuan Shi. The wood god said, "Moreover, you've obtained his magic treasure. In this way, you've established a karmic relationship with him. In the dark void, you've been tainted by right and wrong. He can activate the Grand Tao of Destiny to grasp this karmic relationship. To a certain extent, he can observe everything about you and understand your luck. He can even seize your luck at the last moment." What? This Grand Tao of Destiny is too insane. Zhongli felt that this was simply outrageous. Having formed a karmic relationship with Wan Qinxiu and being tainted by right and wrong would allow him to observe and control them. He could even seize their luck in the future. This was even more heaven-defying than defying the heavens. It basically violated all common sense in cultivation and luck. Because it's the Grand Tao of Destiny. The wood god stared at Zhongli. It's the king among kings of the Grand Tao. The first Grand Tao is omnipotent and can do anything he wants. He can do whatever he wants. Otherwise, how could he live up to the title of number one? That's true. The first one is different. Zhongli suddenly had a thought. "Exalted wood god, I obtained the breeding flag from Wan Qinxiu. If you want to borrow it, doesn't that mean you've established karma with him?" "That's not it. That's the second karma. But if I take your breeding flag, that's karma. I'll borrow yours, and then I'll repay you. It's an equivalent exchange, and the karma will be severed. Once you reach the realm of gods, you'll understand the importance of karma. Over the course of countless years, a god's every action will have a huge impact. It's best to focus on peace and inaction, to have no desires. Otherwise, desires will lead to actions, and actions will lead to karma. The more karmic relationships there are, the more karmic relationships there are." Hearing the wood god's words, Zhongli felt enlightened. Of course, said the wood divinity. "That kid Wan Qinxiu is very ambitious. I can tell that his will surpasses that of heavenly king primordial beginning, and even that of all living things and worlds. If he wants to change fate, the only way he can do it is to destroy the world. He's the only person left in the world, which means that all fate will disappear. In any case, he's a very dangerous person. Exalted wood god, this is the breeding flag I obtained. I've only appraised its origin, but I haven't refined it yet." When Zhongli heard this, he more or less understood Wan Qinxiu. However, the weight of Wan Qinxiu in his heart grew heavier and heavier. This was because Wan Qinxiu wasn't a deity yet, but even deities weren't willing to provoke him. This was a terrifying matter. What would happen after Wan Qinxiu became a deity? He didn't ask any more questions and respectfully took out the breeding flag. The wood deity took the flag and stroked it. Immediately, a host of images appeared on its surface. There were all sorts of plants and medicinal pills, all of which were rapidly changing. All living things in the world are spirit medicines. Man's miraculous hands can save the suffering. A voice came from it, and it seemed to be a scripture. This is the Medicine King Redeemer Scripture. The wood god said, "It's the life scripture of the supreme alchemy ancestor. Actually, I don't want to use its energy to obtain the birth command flag. At the god realm, all magic treasures are the same. I just want to obtain the alchemy ancestor's will and experience from the birth command flag. The birth command flag is the magic treasure he is most proud of. I can peek into his life from it. He's an expert in nurturing plants, and with his experience, I'll be able to strengthen my own plant and wood power and make further progress in my cultivation. Of course, as a reward, I'll pass on the knowledge and experience left behind by the medicine ancestor, as well as his martial cultivation. You'll be able to become a grandmaster alchemist in the blink of an eye. Apart from that, I'll also mold your body and carry your karma." Many thanks, wood god. Zhongli prostrated once more, overjoyed. With the help of a god, his cultivation would definitely be able to advance a step further. Obtaining the medicine ancestor's knowledge and cultivation would be seriously too helpful to his infinite great Tao and various laws. Wushuang watched from the side. In a while, the medicine ancestor's knowledge will also be passed on to you. Your cultivation has already reached a time of rapid transformation. Once you obtain it, you'll also break through the shackles and reach a supreme realm. The wood god suddenly waved his hand, and the surrounding trees instantly expanded without limit, forming a huge wooden altar. There were wooden totems all around, and an ancient and desolate aura appeared. He placed a breeding flag at the center of the altar and bowed in worship. The god was offering sacrifices. Humans could offer sacrifices to gods, but what was the god offering sacrifices to? From this, it could be seen how much importance the wood god attached to the breeding flag. Supreme Medicine Ancestor, I'm the wood god's spirit. Today, I was lucky to obtain your flag, and I want to spy on your wisdom. I hope that your heroic spirit in the unseen world can guide me. You're a senior, and on the path of cultivation, it's always seniors who lead the juniors. Even though I'm a god, I can also be humble. The wood god was praying. Zhongli felt a kind of sincerity from this god. This was a god that stood out from the masses. As he prayed, the breeding flag floated up, and an old man seemed to appear. That old man's beard was extremely long, and it covered his entire body. Only his face could be seen. He was continuously chanting the Medicine King Salvation Sutra. This is the form of the Supreme Medicine Ancestor. He's the ancestor of all medicines, the creator and nurturer of plants. The wood god said, "Only I can activate the profundities of this breeding flag because I'm the wood god, and I cultivate the nourishment great Tao. If it's the fire god, he'll only suffer the backlash of the flag." ZZT, ZZT. The wood god formed a seal with his hand, and a brilliant light containing divinity poured into the breeding flag. After being activated by me, the breeding flag will be even more efficacious. In the future, when you hold this flag, it will be very wondrous and handy. I'm also helping you refine the magic treasure. The wood god explained, otherwise, with your cultivation, you won't be able to shake the profundities of this magic treasure. Freeze! The wood god waved his hand again. In the end, a green light struck the breeding flag. When Zhongli saw that technique, he comprehended many things. This was the first time he saw a god cultivating a magic treasure. Those techniques and runes flowed in his mind, and it caused his martial arts realm to be enriched and expanded step further. The wood god was very slow, as if he was deliberately letting him see more clearly. At the same time, he was checking his comprehension ability. When he saw that Zhongli was deep in thought and that his soul fire was flickering, he couldn't help but nod inwardly. He knew that this child's comprehension ability was very strong, and he was a genius among geniuses. He was even stronger than some genius kings. Pay attention. The medicine ancestor's knowledge and ancient will have rushed out. You have to accept it. The wood god suddenly let out a long howl. Zhongli's body trembled. He only felt endless knowledge rushing in, and his head almost exploded. A tremendous amount of information burst out, and his soul fire couldn't contain it. The medicine ancestor's will is very huge. If an ordinary person accepts it, their head will definitely explode, and they will die. Even you won't be able to contain it. But if you have the thought of saving the people in distress in your heart and save the people of the world, then the medicine ancestor's knowledge will ease and advance step by step. The wood god was guiding Jiangli. Chapter 687. The medicine ancestor is a great person. As soon as Jiangli heard the wood god's guidance, his heart was filled with reverence for the medicine ancestor. The medicine ancestor's appearance was to save people from suffering, great mercy, somewhat similar to Earth's Guanyin Bodhisattva. However, the medicine ancestor used medicinal pills to save people. The plants he nurtured and the medicinal pills he refined were all the best in a myriad worlds. In fact, Jiangli was also a person who saved people from suffering. He admired this kind of person very much. He established the human world, to a certain extent, was also a person who saved people from suffering. He rescued humans from Earth, integrated them into the cultivation world, and then established the human world. His intention of establishing the human world was to save the vast number of weak living beings. This kind of breadth of mind and feelings even surpassed the medicine ancestors. He was silently chanting in his heart, "Medicine ancestor above, I, Jiangli, establish the human world in hopes to protect the weak living beings. In the entire world, the weak are prey to the strong. There are no laws, no order. The weak are reduced to the meat of the strong. Establishing the human world, the legal system is strict and tolerance is great." He communicated his breadth of mind with the medicine ancestor's will. Immediately, that enormous medicine ancestor's will impact eased a lot, seemingly also faintly appreciating his actions. Human world, good. I didn't expect that there was actually such a person. The ancient heroic spirit from the medicine ancestor resounded in the depths of Jiangli's soul. Then, a large amount of knowledge, martial Tao, comprehension, and a lifetime's experience merged into Jiangli's spirit. It did not make his head explode, but it was peaceful and soothing. People who harbor evil thoughts cannot accept the medicine ancestor's will. You have passed my test. You are a person with justice and kindness in your heart. The wood god saw all of this and spoke. His hair fluttered, the surrounding trees danced, and millions of azure dragons coiled around his body. He also received the medicine ancestor's knowledge and memories in an instant. It was even more so for Yi Wushuang. Jiangli felt relieved in his heart. Of course, he was not a vicious evil person. From now on, the wood god would trust him even more. Those knowledge and experiences poured into the depths of his mind, and there was also a kind of great compassion and great compassion. Swoosh, 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 the structure of several laws was comprehended in Jiangli's heart. The 14th law, rescue. The 15th law, rescue. The 16th law, mercy. The 17th law, great medicine. The 18th law, major pill. These were all the medicine ancestors' comprehensions. After obtaining the medicine ancestors' knowledge, Jiangli obtained more blessings in his deductions. This was equivalent to the medicine ancestor helping him in his deductions. Hence, in an instant, the structure of the 5 laws sprouted. Of course, this was just the structure. It would take a lot of effort to master it. Carefully comprehending and polishing it was definitely not something that could be done in a day. But at least he could see his goal, and he was no longer in the dark like before. This was especially true for the knowledge of alchemy. It was enough to form a few laws. Alchemy was not just made up of pure plant energy. There was also an inner pellet and inner medicine. The combination of these medicinal pills and cultivation methods caused the structure of many of the true qi in his body to change, becoming dense and full of vitality. After a long time, his divine sense finally calmed down. Jiangli felt that he had gained the knowledge of countless pills, as well as the ability to grow plants, concoct pills, save people, and so on. However, in order to become a true god of medicine refinement, one still needed to continuously practice and practice. It was impossible to succeed just by relying on imagination. At this time, the wood god's change was the greatest. Jiangli felt that the world tree, which was dozens of light years tall, was shrinking to less than a light year, but the space inside was expanding infinitely. The outside shrank, the inside shrank. This was the best manifestation of an increase in power, indicating that the wood god's control of space-time was even more exquisite. Between the branches and leaves, more spirit medicines were born. One tree bore 10,000 fruits, one tree bloomed 10,000 flowers. one tree grew 10,000 vines, and one tree grew 10,000 grasses. There were even some swords and sabers growing on the branches. Flower of time and space. The world tree actually grew a flower of time and space. Yi Wushuang also came back to his senses and saw that on the tree trunk, not far away, there was a dazzling, colorful flower that absorbed light and released it. Powerful space-time power flowed on it. He could not help but be shocked and then hurriedly congratulated. Congratulations, wood god. Your cultivation has advanced a step further, and you've cultivated the world tree to the level of giving birth to all things. Matter and matter can be transformed at will. One day, when you've cultivated the world tree to the level of the chaos tree, then you can shed your body and achieve freedom. Of course, but there are still some obstacles now. Fortunately, the world tree has cultivated to the level of giving birth to all treasures, so I'm no longer afraid of fire god's divine fire. I'm going to move up a few ranks among the 108 divine generals. The wood god smiled faintly. Fire god is my nemesis. When his black true fire explodes, he can burn my world tree completely. But now, I'm not afraid of him. My wood can give birth to shimmering water and extinguishes fire. Thank you, wood god. My cultivation has improved greatly. Zhongli turned over and bowed. This time it was sincere. Without the wood god's help, he would not have been able to think of the structure of the 5 laws. You've created your own path, so you're very ambitious. But that's normal. Every young man is ambitious, and you're a member of the genius training camp. The wood god carefully observed Jiang Li's cultivation, but it's hard to walk, and it's harder to open a path. You're opening a path, and I'm walking the path of others. Out of 10,000 young men, only one can succeed. It's very difficult. I advise you to change your mind before it's too late. I'll die 9 times without regrets. Jiang Li's was very firm, like a well-tempered sword. Everyone could see his unwavering will. Your will cannot be shaken, so I won't try to persuade you. The wood god waved his hand. I'm interested to see how far you can go. This flag is useless to me, but it's very useful to you. Also, you're a master alchemist now, so you can use this flag to make pills and give them to the Yi clan. Right? I still need to give you something to pay for this. There's no need. I've benefited a lot from Master Wood God activating the flag this time, so I'm satisfied, Jiang Li said immediately. You don't need it, but I still have to give it to you. Otherwise, I won't be able to sever the karma. Once I give you something, I'll have nothing to do with the flag, and all the years won't be tied to me. How about this? There are countless treasures and spirit herbs in my world tree. You can take them as you see fit, or Yi Wushuang can choose for himself. Don't stand on ceremony. The wood god waved his sleeve and turned into a green stream of air, vanishing. I've mastered my divine ability, but I need to go to some mysterious places to pick herbs and refine some rare divine pills recorded by the herb ancestor to deal with the upcoming disaster. At the same time, I'll increase my cultivation and step into the herb ancestor's level. Jiang Li watched the wood god leave. His mind was clear, so he began to observe the world tree's kingdom of God. The entire kingdom of God was a tree, and everything grew on the tree. There were treasures and fruits, and everything came true. Come on, don't stand on ceremony. Let's pick some spirit herbs and treasures. This is the wood god's reward. Gods are very generous beings, Yi Wushuang said. That's not a good idea. What should I pick? Jiang Li looked at the dazzling array of treasures and felt helpless. You don't know how much help the nurture flag you brought this time was to the wood god. Without the nurture flag, the wood god might not have been able to reach his current level in his entire life. Speaking of this, even giving the world tree to you wouldn't be an exaggeration. What's the point of you taking some treasures away? Yi Wushuang looked at the cultivation flag in Jiang Li's hand. This flag is your treasure now. The wood god doesn't need it, so I'll choose for you. This is the divine wood king cauldron. It's a good material for refining medicine, and it's just been condensed. Yi Wushuang waved his hand, and the dense leaves of the world tree slowly spread out. A huge wooden cauldron condensed on the tree like a fruit. This cauldron was the size of a planet. The surging energy within it surged like a tide. This divine wood king cauldron is so magical, and you're just going to let me take it? Jiang Li was surprised. This was a divine weapon that contained immortal divinity. What's wrong with that? Refining pills requires a pill furnace, and refining medicine requires a medicinal cauldron. Yi Wushuang said, "This divine wood king cauldron can be used for refining pills and medicine. It can be said to be the best magic weapon." All right, cut the crap. After taking this divine wood king cauldron, collect all sorts of herbs. I want you to refine a cauldron of heaven and earth wisdom pills. Heaven and earth wisdom pills? Jiang Li's expression froze. He was recalling that it was a secret alchemy technique of the herb ancestor. It was very difficult to refine, but once it was mastered, even ordinary people could consume it. Once consumed, that person's cultivation base would not increase, nor would their spirit force increase. However, they would be transformed into geniuses. The cultivation of geniuses would advance by leaps and bounds. Any martial art in their hands could turn something rotten into something magical. If a large number of heaven and earth wisdom pills were refined, then the young geniuses of a clan could all consume them and become geniuses. How great would their potential be? Moreover, the more heaven and earth wisdom pills one consumed, the higher that person's genius level would be. This was almost a heaven-stealing secret technique. Obviously, after Yi Wushuang asked Jiang Li to refine it, he could give it to the young geniuses of the Yi clan to use. Those young geniuses who entered the genius training camp would obtain a high status in the Immortal Towers Star Zone in the future. This was also the Yi clan's plan. Entering the genius training camp was equivalent to entering the Starry Sky University on Earth. Geniuses still had some status. Heaven and Earth Wisdom Pill. That's right. I want to refine this medicine. Not only can I consume it myself, but I can also send it to the human world for the young geniuses to use. This way, many outstanding people will appear in the human world. Jiang Li had a plan in his mind. All right, I'll collect the herbs then. With a grab, the divine wood king cauldron shrank and landed in his palm. Then his eyes shot out and began searching in the divine wood kingdom. He sensed all sorts of herbs and collected the things he needed to refine the heaven and earth wisdom pill. He wanted to refine a large number of heaven and earth wisdom pills. Even if he did not use it himself, he could sell one for a lot of chaos coins and merit points. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.